Let's go guys, let's go. Vamos aqui na partidinha de aquecimento. Já faleci. TikTok. Bora, galera. Vou pegar os 4 casinhos juntos.
Coming in. Need to recharge my shields.
The moves. I got the moves. Vou jogar esse aqui. Aqui, galera. Aqui. Ok. Uma bombezinha aí de leves com a nossa. Uma bombezinha de leves com a nossa Wraith. Chat. Beleza, chatzinho aparecendo. Já vai começar, galera. Já vai começar. E aí, Beto, beleza? Oi, Beto. Tô com esse ódio todo. Tava nesse lobby aí, tava? Não, tô ligado. Beto joga 10, ó. Mas a gente vai puxar mais no servidor, não. Colocar no servidor. Qual servidor que você tá jogando? Vamos ver se a gente consegue cair junto. Ah, gringo, tá jogando no BR? Tá. Deixa eu colocar BR aqui então. Vou desactivation aqui. Vou desativar esse. Não vou jogar BR não. Acabei de pegar uma bombezinha, mano. Tava arrumando as coisas aqui pra começar a live, aí eu puxei partida aqui. Acabei de pegar uma bombezinha com a Rip. Dá pra ter matado mais, só que dificilmente eu pego um lobby assim. Só que eu peguei muito third party que os caras tava miado, aí eu só fui tuf, 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 tuf. Eu nem gravei, nem ficou só no finalzinho que ficou em live. SA East. Vou puxar um BR aqui então, vamos puxar. Avisa aí quando você for puxar, que a gente puxa junto aqui. Que é Beto joga 10. Vou puxar uns coringuinhos aqui até a hora do campeonato. Se quiser jogar. Joga 10. Beto joga 10. Ixi, Maria. Beto, apareceu um monte de Beto aqui. Aqui é esse aqui do PC. Tem um Z só? Ah, pode crer. Convidei aí. Ixi, então não é não. Beto joga 10. Ah, agora apareceu só 2. Já adicionei aí. Salve, salve galera que tá chegando aí, galera. Daqui a pouco vai começar, galera, às 14 horas o campeonato. Eu vou mudar aqui o layout do TikTok, mas vai ser transmitido no YouTube também, tá? Bora aí, bora tentar fazer uma bomba dupla. Beleza, mano. Eu tô querendo retransmitir porque ninguém tá transmitindo, entendeu? Aí tem uns colegas meus aí que estão querendo assistir, mas os bichos não manjam de inglês e tal. Aí a gente vai assistindo, trocando ideia, vendo as jogadas dos pro play. E é isso. Nossa Apex tá crescendo novamente. Na verdade, o Apex ele tem umas baixas de leve e depois ele assume a posição. Da live. Beleza, beleza. É porque tem muita atualização, mano. Tem muita atualização, entendeu? Muita atualização, galera. Nossa senhora, se não tivesse... Quando eu tô arrumando a live aqui, eu pego um lobby bom. Aqui, eu dava pra ter pegado mais. Dava pra ter pegado pelo menos uns 25. Fiquei parado aqui configurando as coisas. Pai, da LGS aqui. Deixa eu ver aqui a hora. Às 12 horas tá aqui também, esperando. Vou contar aqui agora, mano. Deixa eu contar agora. Vendo BR, faz tempo que eu não puxo BR, né? Às vezes com o exit lag, eu só consigo jogar porque eu tenho exit lag. Entendeu? Eu assinei o exit lag. Tem no link da live aí no YouTube, né? No YouTube tem na descrição aí o exit lag aí, quem quiser comprar através do link. Tá com 50% de desconto esses 2 dias aí. Com promoção do nosso querido Fallen. Tô te convidando, mano. Tá entrando? Ah, então talvez. Qual região que você é, Beto? Esse aqui tem que colocar online. Pô, Minas Gerais? Não, Beto, você tá jogando com ping legal. A tua internet então aí deve estar alguma coisa estranha. Eu jogo com um parceiro de Contagem de Minas Gerais, ele joga tranquilo, até no Central. Ele joga de console ainda, sem exit lag. Depois eu vou fazer um videozinho no canal pra... Não sei se tu é inscrito no canal do YouTube. Tem outros vídeos, a gente tá entrando no YouTube também. Vou fazer um videozinho da minha configuração do exit lag. Deixar salvo lá, quem quiser copiar e tentar, né? O que eu faço pra identificar quando tá ruim, quando tá bugado, quando não tá. Tá. E agora? Vê se chegou aí o convite agora. Então me convida aí, pô. Não chegou não. Vai chegando convite aqui não. Tem vaga 22, bora? Entra aí. Antes do campeonato começar, a gente vai ficar jogando coringuinha aqui.
Já foi, meu bom. Agora foi. Bom dia, boa tarde, né?
Boa tarde. Entra aí, 22. Vamos, qual que é a tua nick? Entra aí. @Soares.
Ô, Xaraboy, você vai jogar ou vai só assistir? Qual é que é hoje aí, mano?
Hoje eu vou só retransmitir, pô. Não vou jogar, não. Tem time. Assistir, comentar, ver, aprender um pouco com os caras bravos.
Ah, tá. Tranquilo. Mano, é igual que eu tava te falando, eu tenho esse lag, tá ligado? Mas eu jogo 270, 280 de ping, cara. O jogo fica lento
Nossa.
pra caramba. É
Não,
horrível, é
aí não dá,
impossível
não.
jogar lá no NA.
Acima de 200 não dá mesmo, não. Salve, galera. Muito boa tarde a
Entendi. Então acho que eu
todos.
tenho que aprender a configurar, cara, essa bagaceira aqui, né?
É, tipo assim, eu sempre coloco. Eu tava conseguindo jogar até com 300 de ping com a lag, mas aí começou a dar muito lag em live. E aí, Xandão, valeu pelo follow.
Entendi.
Soares, eu vou puxar aqui mais o brother aqui pra não ficar paradeiro aqui. E quando você entrar aí, você me adiciona aí, aceita o convite, entra na sala e aguarda. Let's go, mozão. Obrigado pela presença. Nina é a nossa digníssima aqui, a senhora Chora Girl.
Já peguei bomba, Chora Boy, de Rage, de Octane, Loba, acho que só.
Massa, massa. Massa demais, cara. Eu só quis pegar uma bomba só da minha Bangalore. As outras saíram igual hoje. Eu tava aqui configurando, jogando e almoçando. Quando eu fui ver, eu tava com 18 kills. Eu falei, vixi, dá pra pegar uma bombzinha.
Mas
Mas
eu jogo,
os
assim,
lobbies não
isso aqui
prestam.
que você vai jogar aqui, eu nem jogo, mano. Acho que eu nunca, se eu joguei uma partida nesse Coringa aqui é muito, tá?
Você
Eu
joga
jogo sempre
o
o normal lá,
casual?
o casual player mesmo.
Ah, pode crer.
Ontem eu fiz
Tá rolando
17
casual
de
no
4
BR?
mil e 3 de dano.
Vou puxar casual então. Tá achando Coringa?
Interessante, né?
Tá achando é nada. Duas pessoas na fila.
Hoje é o NA, né, Charaboy? O NA agora, 2 horas da tarde,
Agora
né?
2 horas é o EMEA, Europa, e o NA é 17 horas, 19 horas.
Ah, tá, o EMEA, então, o Kings vai estar jogando, né?
Eu acho que vai, não sei. Eu dei uma pesquisada
Eu
pra
acho que
saber.
eu acho que tá ele, o Cacheira e aquele cara que é...
Eu acho
Esqueci o
que eles
nome
vão
do cara,
jogar
velho.
19 horas.
Não, eles vão jogar o EMEA mesmo, né? O Kings, Cacheira e o Saco, é o Chaco lá, tá ligado?
Ah, pode crer então. Então a gente vai ver nossos meninos brilhar. Já é inscrito no canal do YouTube? Depois se inscreve no canal do YouTube lá. Tem mais vídeos lá pra gente. Tem vídeo de dica de
Com
mira, de
certeza, vou me
treino e
inscrever
tal.
lá, com certeza.
Caraca, ó, o time ficou tão bravo que não tem nem lobby pra gente. Galera,
Eu acho que
daqui a
o personagem
pouquinho
que eu
tá
tenho mais... Qual que
começando.
é que você tem mais que
Bangalore.
o Charaboy?
Eu comecei a jogar com a Wraith segunda-feira passada.
Ah, tá. Acho que a Loba que eu tenho mais que deve ser a Loba, quer ver?
Bora puxar. Vê se puxa isso aqui agora, mas tá fechado.
Isso aí, Xaraboy. A Loba tem 19, quase 20 mil kills. Acho que o
Porra.
Titã deve ter umas 20 também, quer ver?
Ah, não, então você joga desde o começo.
É, jogo desde a Season 2.
Pode crer, bicho.
Mas também só joga esse jogo aqui, não jogo nenhum outro, cara. Já tentei
Ah, não,
jogar
então.
o Airsoft, tentei jogar, cara, eu não consegui, cara. Depois você aprende essa movimentação desse jogo aqui, cara, você não joga outro, não.
Se eu mudar de servidor, vou colocar no servidor, primeiro servidor NA aqui, vamos ver o que se rola. Sejam bem-vindos, galera. Muito boa tarde, bom almoço a todos. Já já vai ter o campeonatinho, viu? A thumb não é bait. A LGS vai ser transmitida, eu vou retransmitir pra gente trocar ideia. O Soarezão tem uma skin braba da Wraith, hein? Aí sim. A da bruxinha é massa, viu? A da bruxinha é massa também, é. Você tá louco, ó. Todas? Caraca, aí sim, main Wraith total. Eu tô me tornando main Wraith agora. Eu tô me tornando main Wraith agora, porque graças a Wraith eu consegui pontuar bastante ontem. Porque eu tava jogando só com lenda sem portal, né? Tava jogando com a Alter. Aí eu quer saber, vou pegar o Wraith e vou fazer as gameplays mais solo. Aí deu mais certo. Quando o time não tá ajudando. Cara, nossa, consegui sair de cada enrascada ontem.
There's only one way to move. Forward.
Ah, agora tem a Bobzinha no banner.
Nothing
Ah,
surprises me.
Soares tem 21 mil kills de Wraith. Sei lá, tô com 2 viciados aqui. E aí, Biel, beleza? Ah, não, porque tu joga desde o beta, né? Desde a Season 0. Sejam muito bem-vindos, cara. É que hoje eu quero ver muito tiro top dos...
Here we go. Ready? Let's
Passar
go
pra
over
você,
there.
rapaziada. Bora.
Bora, bora.
They might have seen me.
Fecha da voz. Aí você viu, eu tô com 274 de mano. 274.
Você é louco. Eu sou o que tem menos kill então do trio. Dois caras bravos aqui, né?
Alternator here. Comment. Enemy landed close. You're not safe there. Watch yourself. There's another squad attacking. This time I'm down.
Dá um tiro, boa.
Not now. Kill the enemy. Avoid jumping. I've been down.
Vendo, Soares. Picotando, mas tá saindo seu áudio.
Less than 30 seconds. Rings nearby. I'm back. Death's never stop me.
Tô muito lagado, irmão, mas é muito lagado, pela voz.
Muito lagado, mano. A gente tá no primeiro servidor ainda.
Eu espero que já tenha corrido, velho.
Now for
Tá
the
mal.
right choice.
Oi?
Os caras pegando espero porque eu acho muito coringa, velho. Você tá louco.
Back from the void.
Mas é pegar os status, né?
É então.
Killed an enemy.
Tem um parceiro que ele tá fechando as bombas com todas as lendas.
Teammates are down. One enemy's left.
Tá ficando dominado.
Only you and me left. Need to recharge my shields.
Now for the right choice.
Enemy taken out. One second. You got this. Broken enemy shield. Enhanced my weapon. I made the right choice. Enhanced my weapon.
Now for the right choice.
É, Xaramão, é impossível jogar, mano. É muito lag, velho. Você é louco.
I'm back. That's never stopped.
Eu tô muito lagado, viu, irmão?
Opa, não foi mal aí, mas é... Não acha logo lá no BR?
Esquenta a
Depois
cabeça
eu
não,
vou-
bora pra brincar.
There's another squad attack.
Se cada cabaço me matando, vou te mandar pra você ver. Cara, boy, leva a mão não, vou só almoçar, mano. Já
Beleza,
pra mim,
mano,
pra
valeu,
mim,
valeu.
Aqui é impossível jogar. Vou só almoçar aqui. Agora mesmo eu assisto o esquema com você lá, tá?
Valeu, meu mano. Tamo junto. Que mais, Betão? Tamo junto, meu mano. Depois a gente vai... Vou colocar o vídeo de configuração lá. Seja curtinho no canal. Você tenta configurar aí, replicar as configurações e ver se fica massa. Daqui pra mim, ó. Eu sou do norte, pô. O ping aqui é alto. E eu consigo deixar 160, 150. Não, relaxa, ô Soares. Relaxa que é forfã total.
What's a little blood sport between friends, eh? Andiamo, ragazzi.
Aí a gente caiu com o Sparrow. O parceiro falou do Sparrow, o Sparrow no nosso time.
Pick the right way and go. Stay close. I'm the jump master.
Jump Master. Taca ele aqui assim, ó, do ladinho.
Here we go. Ready up.
You're in view of the enemy.
Let's go, you Nemed. Sorry, I don't see your message, bro. Thank you for coming. Little ALGS, bro.
Eu, tá.
De carga aí.
esperava.
Spotted an opponent out there.
Um cara atrás de mim.
Placing a tracker.
Thermite grenade out.
Só um.
Cara atrás. Não sei.
Squad attacking. There's an enemy.
E aí, Marcola, fala Ted, e aí, Nanashi. Tá. Full team here.
You can keep trying.
Os 3 caras de mão dada. Nossa. Peguei. Ô, Nanashi, não se sinta mal por isso não, porque aqui só tem louco. Vai. Aqui só tem louco, Nanashi, nesse jogo aqui. Só tem louco.
Caraca, mensagem, velho. Ele tá mandando mensagem, cara.
Assim, tem o bot royale, entendeu?
Taking shots. I need shots.
Ah, não. É. O cara alugaram a casa ali. No. Tá, próximo aqui. E assim, você evolui um pouquinho no jogo. É muito massa, é muito massa. Você evolui um pouquinho do jogo e já fica insalubre. Mas quando você consegue matar, ganhar o seu primeiro V1 assim, ó, honesto, só você e o oponente, pra me dar aquele spray completinho assim, ó, um pente, você deita o inimigo, fala, caraca, mano, que sensação boa. O bom de um jogo difícil é isso, né? Jogo fácil não gera essa diferença entre a dificuldade e a dopamina do sucesso. O sucesso que eu falo não é um sucesso naquela faixa, entendeu? Uma dica que eu te dou é você pegar uma lenda que você goste e especializar nela, entendeu? Se especializa na lenda, aprenda cada minúcia dela. Depois você começa a pegar outras lendas. No meu caso foi a Banga, né? Bangalore ali eu fiquei jogando com ela muito tempo. Mas quando eu comecei o jogo, meu intuito era fazer 1000 kills com todos os personagens. Eu e o parceiro do meu lado de Minas Gerais.
I'm the jump master. This time.
Cai bem aqui assim.
Landing here will take us down the right path. Here we go.
They might be watching.
Vai. Sabe, ninguém vai dropar aqui, cara. É.
Enemy taken out. First blood. Should have seen that coming.
Nice work.
Cara, Moçambique tá muito quebrado, cara.
Se tu acertar headshot, sim. Ela deleta o cara muito
Vai.
rápido.
Então, isso é louco.
Enemy landed close.
Grenade.
Não é outra parte.
Maybe time's good, maybe time's shit.
É louco, me deixou. Tá morrendo. Cara, o que tem inimigos não deixam pra me matar, cara. É.
I'm back.
Caraca, morre.
Enemy taken out. I've been down. Choose my own path. Someone died today. Recharging my shields.
Bora, galera, vambora. Dá o esquenta.
Caralho.
Dropping off my shield.
Ué?
I'm down.
Ah, pra mim que ela não parava a habilidade de tomar tiro, não. Mas para. Para sim. Alright.
Target spotted. Let's pick a fight. Over here.
Enemy spotted.
Portal's ready.
They can't keep me down.
Deus, eu tive. Mano. Você é louco.
Killed an enemy.
I defeated an adversary. We're one step closer to winning.
É controle ou mouse teclado, mano?
Eu controle.
Need to recharge my shield.
Você é louco.
Abre, abre, abre.
Os caras da Reestream, os caras do gringo, tá louco? Os caras jogaram como se fosse ranqueado isso aqui.
Não, é campeonato, você tá louco.
Os caras jogam
Mas os lobbies que eu puxo é uns lobbies estranhos, mano. Todo mundo que joga comigo é uns lobbies estranhos demais.
Getting shot at. Recharging my shields.
É louco.
Killed an enemy. Recharging my shields.
Cara, dá pra ver. Atrás, atrás, atrás.
Enemy down.
Nossa senhora. Caroçada que esse cara tomou.
BMT ou
Enemy taken out.
Eu sei MT, aham.
Enemy shield broken. Reloading.
Shush now.
Other squads attacking. Focus.
Follow the tunnel. Portal placed.
Broken.
Need to recharge my shield.
Target spotted.
Enemy down. I'd like to keep us safe.
Tem um time ao redor do Martinez.
I need shields.
Martinez. Cara, tá gritando, cara. Branco.
Acertou pra gente aqui, bom, viu? Vem um ali.
Tá com banho de ficar esperando vida, cara.
I'm the last one standing in this squad.
Sério.
Already inside.
Let's do this.
Need to recharge my shields.
Tá, pelo amor de Deus.
Killed an enemy. Need to recharge my shields.
Caraca, que escape foi essa? Valeu, José, pelo follow, mano. Tô concentradaço aqui. Tamo junto. Fui ali, fiz uma baguncinha.
Recharging my shields.
Os caras são bons mesmo.
Valeu, mano. Thank you, bro.
Tá.
A gente tá sem colete, hein? Boa, Soares.
Tá dando um monte. E spray de feito.
Watch yourself. There's another squad attacking. Only one me left.
Derrubei um.
I need shields.
Tossing an extra.
Ring's not too far. Reloading. Hostile close.
Ah, caraca.
We're close to the ring. 30 seconds left. Let's go over there. Enemy right there.
Never stop me.
Toma.
That was the last one. Nice work.
Bora dar a volta aqui, ó.
Squads remaining. Punching a tunnel.
Designed to hurt anyone outside of it.
Ah, não tinha ninguém no meio do caminho.
I need shields.
Só tem tiro.
Tô sem sentido total.
Pega aqui, pega aqui.
I'm in trouble.
Valeu.
Teammates are down.
Quebrado.
I need to stay alert.
Follow the tunnel.
Only you and me left.
Set the portal. Listen, let's move
PC,
here.
PC. Nossa.
I've been down.
Shit, os 3 lá.
I'm back and charged up. Set space.
Um aqui vai ser. Isso que o Martins está setando ali já.
Stopping off my shields.
Let's do this. Ring's not too far. 45 left. I'm back. You do know where Wraith is, don't you? Reloading.
Recharging my shields.
O gringo deve ser aqui a sério. Você é louco. Eu vou subir.
Vou fazer um portal pra você.
Planting
Ah não, nós estamos falando da
One
safe.
more squad. Recharging my shields. Good, we're inside.
Papai chegou, começou a acontecer. Vai deixar você botar uma... Como se eu tinha essa. Eu vou escolher a parte de... Ou você quer escolher?
Pode ser melhor, né? Já não tá atacando granada.
É louco.
Não tem nada. Os caras...
Ah,
Não vou buscar, joga. Não vou buscar.
jogaram pra ganhar, galera. Jogaram pra ganhar. Os caras entraram mesmo no... Uns 4 milzinho de danos. Parceiro aí. Acho que dá pra jogar mais uma, galera. Aí vai começar o Champs. E vamos que vamos. Sejam todos bem-vindos, guys. Quem tá chegando aí, muito boa tarde. Muito bom sábado pra todos. Esse é o parceiro. E alguém? A mulher do parceiro chegou lá e foi lost. Fala, meu parceiro Pietro, como que tá, meu mano? Beleza? Pietro, daqui 25 minutos nós vamos streamar vou retransmitir o campeonato, viu? Soares dá pronto, meu mano. Não, o campeonato oficial, a LGS Mundial. Aqui não tem campeonato, não. Eu, pelo menos, não conheço a organização que esteja fazendo campeonato, não. Hoje, às 14, vão ter primeiro lobby, 2 grupos, das 14 até as 3 jogos, e depois às 19. Nesse intervalo, a gente vai jogar, entendeu? Com a galera, eu entrei mais cedo aqui, tô jogando. Depois, se quiser colar aí depois também, quando entre um e outro pra gente jogar aí. Tá aqui comentando, compartilhando conhecimentos e aprendendo com vocês também. 3 Wraiths.
I don't
Feel anything. Que é isso? É, pegou gosto mesmo, né? É isso aí, tem que investir na Horizon. A Horizon é a tua lenda, então. Robert. Horizon é muito boa de jogar, muito boa de jogar. Eu jogo até bem com ela. Joguei na temporada passada com ela muitos ranqueados. E agora eu tô apaixonado nessa carequinha aí, ó. Jogo, né? No jogo, senão minha parceira vai ficar enciumada. Não, os lobby BR aqui, os BR são sangue no olho. Como lá tem mais players, então o jogo consegue te colocar com mais players próximo do teu nível, entendeu?
Here we go. Ready up.
Que massa, mano. Parabéns, Pedro. Pratinha, né? Você vai saber quando chegar no platina. Até o ouro. Até no ouro você já vai ter uma noção. Vai falar, caraca, realmente, esse cara aqui eu sou mais brabos ou...
I downed an enemy. Recharging.
Behind.
Peacekeeper here. Contaminant. Target marked.
If there's one thing this season has taught me, it's
Tá, voltou pra se vingar aí.
Teammates are down, and I know that's left. I need to stay awake. I'm back. Did you not see that coming? They spotted me. I'm taking shots. I'm back. Death never stops. I ran away from the light compartment. It's your time. Another enemy down. Swift, strong, simple. Another enemy down. Need to recharge my shields.
Simple.
45 seconds till ring close, amigos. Don't let me carry you.
Ah, filho da mãe.
Listen, let's move here. Reviving myself now. I made my choice.
E aí, user, beleza? Seja bem-vindo, meu mano.
Need to recharge my shields.
Another enemy down.
Ah, não, 2 tiros na face e não faleceu. Não, não tem base assim. Salve, meu parceiro Ryog, beleza? Seja bem-vindo, mano. Pô, volta no começo da live aí. Eita! Começo da live pra tu ver a bombezinha. Peguei a bombezinha agora. Só que, assim, comecei a live, tava organizando aqui, puxei uma partida pra aquecer. Saiu uma bombezinha da Wraith. Vai começar às 2 horas, Ryogueira. A partir das 2 a gente vai estar transmitindo, viu? Aí se você quiser depois, deixa trocar ideia, ou nós vamos estar aqui assistindo os pro player, acompanhando, tentando traduzir alguma coisa, que a galera tiver mais.
Enemy shield broken.
Vem, papai. Ui! Ah, esse era pra ter pegado nesse tiro ali. Nossa! Caraca, o cara entrou só pra tomar um fumo. Bora, boa, Soares. O Soares não tá amassando com a Spitfire.
Only you and me left.
Esse cara deu uma vida no Coringa, viado. Caraca, isso aqui vai dar. Os caras são muito. Não, cara. Tá gente, foi molgado. Olha esse passo. Que negócio mais, cara. Tá bom, cara, tá tiro da onde?
Enemy shield broken. Enemy taken out. Only you and me left. Reloading. Recharging my shields.
É.
Tá de aqui.
O cara tá tirando de longeão.
Seja.
Puxa, puxa sim.
Não, velho, não fui.
Shield broken.
Oh, uma pena. Nice, Soares.
Set the portal. Recharging my shields.
Já vai.
Ó, o Ryogueiro, não tem.
Cara, pode não tá vendo.
Eu tô focado na ranked, né? Tentando recuperar ponto que. É assim, 5 dias a gente perde ponto.
Igreja, Valde.
Aí um dia a gente dá sorte, pegar um squadzinho legal, aí recupera os pontos.
I'm back.
Desse jeito.
You do know where it is, don't you?
Mataram. Ela tem muito hoje.
Only you and me left. Rings not far. Enemy taken out. Recharging my
Não,
shields.
ainda nada dele. Tá bom.
They can't keep me down. I've seen how this ends.
Cadê a bucha? Nem
Eu tô falando pra tu, cara.
não houvesse a moeda.
Tu também tá com o mesmo. Assim. Eu cheguei a 975 no Platina, mano. O Platina 1.
Certo?
You and me left.
Tá certo, tá? Então a gente vai vir pra ganhar o Coringa. Colecionar
Time?
junto, casal.
Acho que não tá fazendo não, tá?
Nossa. Agora essa manda.
Recharge my shields. Watch yourself.
Ah, fala sério, onde a gente vem, tem tomando. O que foi, hein? Eu fiz 975, real. 975. Eu falei, caraca, mas 25 aqui a gente, ó, vai pro Platina 1 e vai seguir viagem. Depois foram 3 horas de live só. Assim, perde 40, perde 30, ganha 20, perde 5, perdendo, entendeu? Aí eu fiquei com 200 e pouco, 100 e pouco. Aí depois no outro dia foi pra 400. Agora eu tô com 800, né? Mas é assim, mas eu mudei de lenda, o Ryogueira. Eu tava tentando manter em... São 2 times ali, combinando?
Tá de atrás, a Matheus tá ali. Nem sei se tá mais, né?
Just us now. Reloading.
Eu dei mais spray na careca da vídeo do que na Matheus.
Foi mal. Ah, tá.
Miado, tá bom, tá miado.
Aí eu mudei de lenda, Ryogueira, aí deu certo.
O cara com a vida toda. Quando eu cheguei quase miado.
Tem uma ramparte aí, cuidado.
Hã? Nossa, mas quando eu ia sentar, eu
É o Vesgo, mano. Vesguei tudo. Agora eu vesguei tudo. Vai dar bom sim. Se não der bom, a gente vai até onde que der. Entendeu? 12 minutos, galera. 12 minutos. Eu tava tentando com lendas muito suporte e tal, sabe, Ryogueira? Alto e tal. Broken? Nice.
Nossa, vamos jogar.
Need to recharge my shields. Just us now. Heads up. The ring's moving.
Tá, isso já.
Holy shit. Eu abri o portal, você caiu. Vou dar mais umazinha.
Os caras ainda vão perder, velho.
Você já tentou, ô Ryogueira, tu já tentou puxar com o Octane novamente?
Ai, Martina.
As lives não tá aparecendo pra mim, então aí os dias eu fiquei pesquisando, você não fez? Ontem você fez live, né? Tenta puxar com o Octane depois e ver o resultado. Eu tô começando a ficar viciado na Rift. Agora eu entendo. Porque, cara, pra mim a Rift é a Alter e talvez a Ashe também, porque a Ashe tem um portal, né? Mas aí é a ult da Ashe só, né? Entendeu? Aí eu mudei de lenda e consegui farmar uns pontos ontem legalzinho, sabe? Ontem eu fiz uma saída de dentro do gás lá na lua quebrada. O time todinho assim querendo. Eu entrei no gás com um portal. Falei, vem, vocês vêm. Vocês podem pegar aqui, ó. Eles não. Foi épica. Alter também deu pra fazer muita jogada massa. Sim, sim.
Claro, sem mãe é tu.
Here we go. Ready up. They might have seen you.
Aí estamos tentando, né? Eu peguei a Valk. Antes de ontem eu peguei a Valk.
Hostile landed near me.
E tá começando a live da... Escutando a música.
Taking fire. Reloading.
Tadinha. Pega a arma aí.
I'm down. Choose my own path.
Com quem que você falou? Com quem que você fala? Com a Alter?
Need to recharge my shields.
Aí começou. Começou mesmo a transmissão. 5 minutinhos. Mas aí tem aquele começo, né? Que eles enrolam.
Careful. Hostile landed near me. Frag out. Broken enemy. Reloading.
Look out, grenade. There's another squad attacking. Enemy taken out. There's another squad attacking. Got this weapon enhanced. Downed another. Only you and me left. Made the right choice. Another enemy down. Killed an enemy.
Porém... Porém o que? Ela tá boa ainda.
I'm taking shots.
Need to recharge my shields.
Cacete, cadê esse cara, mano?
Shield. Boy jumping.
Aí, tá vendo? Outra lenda eu tava morto. Os caras são viciadinhos com a Wraith. Mas a Alter pra mim é total team play.
Looks like I'm the kill leader this time. Facing.
Conduit também, né, ô Riogueira? E aí, Luizão, beleza, Lizeira? Hoje nós vamos transmitir o campeonato aqui, Luizão. 5 minutinhos. A LGS hoje. Tava aquecendo com os moleques aqui. Como é que foi, meu irmão? Como é que foi a night? Conseguiu descansar bastante? Oh! Alright. Derrubei, hein? Derrubei, hein? É isso aí, mano. É isso aí. Já já a gente vai ver os bravos jogar.
Shield broken. Need to recharge my shields.
senhora, mas minha sense com essa mira tá horrível. Deixa eu trocar de mira aqui.
Placing a
Tô
portal.
estranho. Acho que eu configurei errado a sensibilidade.
We've got throwers.
2x tá perfeita.
Portal's ready.
Ah, pô.
Get shot at.
Ah, não, mano. Ah, é sempre dois, sempre dois. Like manda bem também, viu? Soaresão aí. O Mundial, pô. É o Mundial, Luizão. É a penúltima, eu acho que a última seletiva é nesse final de semana. Entendeu? A galera vai fazer a ranqueada aí. Aqui. Agora vamos alterar aqui. Deixa eu ver aqui. É o Mundial, mano. Mas pode ficar aí que eu só vou alterar o stylist aqui do 1080p. Vou alterar o stylist aqui do TikTok Studio. Aí, galera. E aí? Captura de áudio. Cadê o áudio? Aqui. Aí. Bora, a gente vai mudar aqui no TikTok.
He's left on his own. He's going to jump in the trident. Can he get through it? Surely magical. He threads the needle.
They're looking to take these fights late and engage. That trident stall could be an issue. It's a great jump there. Oh my God, playing a whole different minigame in Apex.
Oh man, and now going on to the next though. You talk about some trident shenanigans, by the way. We
Isso,
are
galera.
flying to the skies off this trident. Okay.
What I said, tridents are good for Sito Station, right past that particular.
Okay, what? No way! Playing around the knockdown shield, but it's gonna be a 2v1. It looks like the black hole bombing it.
It's going to be rough because everybody keeps looking at Atlas every time they move, but they're trying
Tá no pré-evento aqui agora. 1 minuto para começar oficialmente. Vamos que vamos.
Bobble trident, we need to come up with a term for bobble trident. Trouble. Bob Dent shows us another reason to try and make sure that trident's near you. That is scenic.
Well, I never thought an in memoriam on imaginary vehicle would make me so emotional to start this broadcast, but it has. Goodbye, Trident. It's been 6 years, 6 wonderful, crazy, interesting, unexpected years with you in our ALGS, and now we say goodbye. But with that, there is a new beginning coming forward here as we jump into the return of the ALGS Split 1 this year, and of course, the introduction of a lot of new things. I'm sure many of you are ready to start jumping into characters especially. But let's welcome you back to the broadcast. I'm Rain Day. I'm joined by Dia and Graceful today as we welcome you back to the
o TikTok
ALGS
agora,
after
como
a
é que
long
tá?
break. Dia, it's great to have you back and great to just see some Apex on the screens again.
I'm still emotional. I'm still
so sorry.
emotional
That's your question.
It's all right.
about the Trident. I'm going through something right now. I am very excited, however, to get into today's games. It is the final round robin. The stakes are high, and as ever, life must go on, Rain Day.
Hoje é o último dia, galera, para se classificar. Hoje é o último dia para ir para os Championships. A ação de hoje eu acho que é $10 mil só. Primeiro lugar.
I mean, good riddance. We need to have all the legends run on foot.
Só
We
isso,
have
né?
too much mobility in this game. Trident gone is a good thing. We've gone from indestructible, destructible,
Okay.
and now gone. I'm happy to see if people's macro gets changed in Pro League. That's what I'm here for, the game. I don't care about the memorial. Good riddance.
Respect
I
the
know
dead.
who isn't doing the eulogy at my funeral. I know who is not doing it. You are off the list now, bro. I'm sorry. That is hilarious. Well, you know, obviously the Trident is just one major change, and it came with the influx of a brand new change, which is the newest character in Apex Legends. You've seen the content, you've seen the clips.
Comentando,
You've
vamos assistindo aí a
probably
nossa
taken a slide or two if you've played
os
the game.
gameplays da
Axel
galera
has
aí, vamos
jumped into
comentando,
the meta in a
vamos
big
pegando
way,
as
guys.
manhas,
And it is
vai
not
dando
only
feedback aí,
the
galera,
almost
que tiver
replacement of a Trident, but it's a
muito
new
alto.
invention of the way to play the game. Dia, this skirmisher brings so much to the table and really has kind of transformed the way we think about movement in Apex.
Yeah, I, to be honest, did not expect to like Axel. I have not been a big movement player for a long time. I'm known for liking Rampart, for sitting down and machine gunning people with Sheila. When this skirmisher came out, I went, you know, it's probably not for me. I tried her out, and oh my god, she is insane. She is some of, not just insane, the most fun that I have had playing this game, being able to drift around the entire stage, whatever map you're on, especially rewarding map knowledge. I will say, note that with getting 2 charges on her tactical ability, that does seem to be the sort of favored upgrade that a lot of people are going, because her tactical is the thing that makes her. But Axel has been a blessing to my games. I'm very curious how she'll play out in the ALGS when that sort of volatility and that sort of speed can mean so much more.
I mean, Graceful, you look at Axel, the impact she's had already is huge, offensively, but also defensively. If you had to point out one aspect of what is most important for fans watching the ALGS and competitive play that Axel brings to the table, what would it be in your eyes?
I mean, anything people even can bring and apply into their game immediately. You know, I've always talked a lot about timings and how do you react to team fighting and third partying. Axel mixes up those timings drastically. Normally, I would say if you don't close out a fight in 10 to 15 seconds, you know, you're going to get third party, so make sure to close out before that. With Axel in the game, 5, maybe 0.5 at this point, who knows? You have to make sure that you actually end the fight even faster or you're ready, because they can triple swing you from out of nowhere. So it's going to be really interesting to see how teams apply this pressure and timing wise to see if they can make something happen, or are they going to be a little bit more passively say, let's just let other teams make the misplay and then see if we can, you know, counteract that.
It's kind of like, I'll use a more general term. I was going to go basketball, but I'll go football, soccer, where you take a shot on a goalkeeper and you miss, it goes out of bounds. And you know you have the goal kick and you can get back, and then they'll kick it in the air and then you'll be ready to settle. It's like Axel takes that traditional known timing players are used to, and once you shoot on the goal, like you could 5 seconds later be having someone dribbling and shooting on your goal. And you're like, wait, don't they have to go through the kick? They get the ball. Doesn't the ball boy have to throw it back? The keeper's, you know, got a place and look where he wants to go. No, none of that stuff happens anymore, Grace, as far as I understand it. So teams having to understand like, hey, this is the game we know, but it's also a completely different game.
Yeah, most definitely. Huge changes, and it's going to be fun to see how they adapt.
I will say, I think we're going in the same direction here, where I will say it's going to be fun to see how teams adapt. Also, it can be pretty tough to adapt to something that's as big as this. I've said that Axel is fun, and that's because I'm playing to have fun. But
that's
these
true.
Players, they're playing to win the league. They're playing to go to playoffs. They're playing for their livelihoods. And when something like Axel gets introduced, it can, as Al pointed out, kind of feel like too much.
And you're making a good point where there are these other elements of pro players have done things for 7 weeks. They know this break is coming. This break always introduces something important that they have time to prep. But this is a drastic level of prep. We don't often see characters that just truly shift. We don't see that many legends introduced, you know, now throughout the years. We maybe get 1.5, maybe 2 a year in Apex at this rate. So this is definitely something that pro players have pushed back a little bit, saying this is almost too much to have to deal with. But Dia, on the flip side of it, me being a realist, I always lean to it's in the game. So we, you know, like EA, it's in the game. We got to figure out how we're going to deal with it.
Yeah, as much as I'd like to have the debate of whether Axel is the best for the ALGS right now or not, what it really comes down to is that we're on an ALGS broadcast at this very moment, and whether she should or shouldn't be wherever she is, that doesn't matter. What matters is that you play the best game possible. with the tools that you have. And
to prep, but if you don't have that, it's definitely tough.
Well, that's what makes these changes so important too, because you're not only navigating in Group A, big changes like from Orgless in Hungary and Zipline Mafia, Grace, which I want your thoughts
Aquele
on.
time ali que é o time que a gente vai torcer, o Caixeira, o Never Pro. Que tem o Kings, jogador BR.
Yeah. I mean, you know, in regards to Orgless in Hungary,
E vamos pra cima, última chance deles agora.
You know, exploring the unknown, you have to try stuff, and I think Taxington is one of the players actually that is on one of the people that people underestimated on a specific LAN, had a huge splash and played the best out of EMEA for that specific LAN, and now maybe Fricks going into the friction could be the next up and coming players. I really hope so, because you know I've been battling it out with him for years when he was on Danish and other rosters, and you know I'm always happy to see people have a, you know, maybe a late bloomer, and that's a good thing.
I couldn't help but hear Fricks into the friction. I mean, I kind of like something there, you know. Friction. Let's see if he continues to impress here on the new squad. Obviously, Pro League, we're in a really important weekend, not just for everybody, but for Group A particularly, because they play both of their games, their groups, this weekend. Next weekend, it's just B versus C. So as you said, it's important for Group A to perform because they'll be watching next weekend, but also there's a disadvantage because they do not have a week to prepare after seeing these games like B and C will have on whether Axel's really fitting into this lobby. So it's going to be an interesting one, Dia, but I kind of want to start talking a little bit about Group B because they've got some changes too.
Yeah, the biggest change to me, if I can focus us in on everything that's happening on this screen right now, is going to be the first one, Eclipse Neve Pro. Because this is both Eclipse Neve Pro getting Uchaco, but also a roster that a lot of people were excited for in UAV, going their separate ways, deciding that things really weren't working out. Uchaco has left that roster for good now and will be with Kashera and Kings. Really interesting in itself because Kashera is, or was at one point, top of the league, almost top of the world. Kings definitely top of South America in his time, having come over here finally to EMEA. Uchaco gets to join that as a world champion himself, but I would say that all three of these players, and Eclipse Neve Pro, might not be on Struggle Street just yet, but they are on Anxious Avenue right next to it.
Yeah, I mean, you know, that does look like a team that has a lot to prove, a lot of players who have done well.
Falou que a galera tem que jogar muito para entrar. Vou resumir para vocês aqui.
That's palatable, or is it something that's going to get sent back to the kitchen? That's what we've got to find out in just a moment.
Juntos bem-vindos,
coming into this as well, I just want to make sure that you guys let us know in chat. We're listening. We want to hear what you think about Axel. We want to hear what you think about the break. What are you excited to see? Make sure to interact with us. We'll be watching and hopefully bringing up some of your comments as well. But we love the Play Apex community, and thank you guys for being a part of us. If you want to connect more, there are socials down below, and you can obviously find us on every single platform for updates on what we're doing. And speaking of that, guys, there's a big update that just came through. I'm sure you've seen it on our ALGS Play Apex Esports on X. It's that the ALGS is going to Paris. That's right. There has been news this week that EWC 26 has actually changed locations from Riyadh now to Paris, France. Macron had just welcomed the entire organization of EWC, the tournament, into the city. It is the first official host city of EWC since its inception. So it will be exciting for that case as well to see how it looks in a different venue. And obviously the pros now having to shift gears into a new location where they'll be traveling and they'll be playing our first LAN of the season. More updates on that soon, guys. But as of now, we have to turn our attention to Group A versus B. This is a big one, guys. The first and final doubleheader of our second half of the season for Group A. And it's going to be a banger.
It is. I'm nervous, to be honest, about specifically Group A, especially as we head into their last look at the season being just this weekend. In the next, what is that, 24, 40, want me to call it 27 hours. Yeah. EMEA, at the very least, will be done if you are in Group A. And starting things off on E-District is going to be a tall order as well. E-District as a map hasn't changed very much, Graceful, but the fact that we are starting there means that Axel is available on E-District, something that is going to shift a lot.
I mean, even then, E-District, sure, Axel will, you know, have an impact because she's so impactful as a legend in its own. But Olympus, where the map is 90% slopes, you almost feel like in almost every POI there is a big slope. Those are the high impact slides that you're gonna see from that character character's kit that will definitely throw fights, both grief teams and also enable fights that normally wasn't enabled before. You know, I always keep reminding myself, hey, there's a team over there. If they get into a fight, we're gonna 3P. Before you had to run, now you're almost teleporting at that point to just immediately 3P that. It's gonna be a ton of fun to see if people are willing to use this character to potentially try to see what potential she has, or are they gonna lean back and play a little bit more safe and cautiously?
Yeah, one of the things that I'd like to point out here around the POIs is that Virtus Pro, of course, is the team to keep your eyes on. If you've watched EMEA for a while, you know this is one of the top performing teams in the region, and they're going to be landing on the southeast side of the map. I am noticing that Infinite, however, very close to them. Infinite, playing out of Group A, are going to be on the rotation path for Virtus Pro and are currently not in position to make it to Split 1 playoffs. So they are going to have a very good first 3 games, specifically when it comes to their approach to macro around Virtus Pro. Since really we don't get a lot of zones down there, it is expected that both these teams will be rotating north at the same time, and I think Infinite is at the biggest risk in this map.
When we're also talking about in the middle of the pack where you're saying they might not make finals lobby, we can talk about 3 men's potentially in Shipyard Arcade. 35th currently. When you're in that spot, you're no longer fighting to make finals, Dia. You're making sure you don't get locked out of Pro League and you have to fight your way back in there, because the bottom, I believe the bottom X amount of teams, like 7 teams-ish, are going to get knocked out, where the rest of the teams in the middle stays in Pro League and other ones move forward. And you have to make sure that you are in the best position to always keep having good, you know, consistent results if you can, because if you have one bad day now, that means you have to win the next one to move up. And if you haven't, you know, if you're in the bottom 30th currently after at this point, winning is way harder task than making sure you at least, you know, move up that leaderboard to maybe top 8 potentially.
Looking at E-District now as we get ready for map number 1. As you say, stressful for a lot of different reasons for a lot of different teams. Some of these teams are competing for the top, and I'd say they have, as you know, that while they may be stressed about it, a much easier time of it than those teams that are just trying to avoid the bottom. Those teams that are worried, like SJP2 are, I imagine, sitting at 30th place right now, landing top of the map, about their chances, not just about making playoffs, not just about making regional finals, but about even making it into next split. That is an increasing reality, and in many ways, Graceful, as we approach the end of the season, we got to start making room as well, figuring out who's sticking around and who is going to be moving aside for the new and upcoming talent that is coming through the Challenger circuit as we speak.
Yeah, I mean, Challenger circuit as well. Anybody in the rank squads at the moment can make it through there, and if you're not taking this opportunity to make sure that you're grinding as a team, trying that Challenger circuit to make it all the way into Pro League on the screen that we see with all these pro players, what are you doing right now? Because that, in my opinion, is the peak of Apex as we're leading into match number 1 right now. We can't wait to see how this is going to shake up. Some people are saying that Axel gets banned game number 2, game number 3. Do you think teams are going to opt to immediately fight and try to get as many reps in as possible? Or are we going to see the typical alter/crypto potentially, because that's what a lot of teams are comfortable with and we see consistency?
Heretics, at the very least, have opted to stick with the Alter Crypto, and that's something that I've been hearing a lot. Virtus Pro, I talked to Prestis earlier this week.
A Axel talvez vai ser banida agora, né? Primeiro jogo. Primeiro jogo vai ter ban de Axel, certeza. Começou, galera. Começou o primeiro jogo.
A lot that people like Maggie, like Alter, can offer to pro teams, and Axel accelerates things, but she doesn't offer a whole lot of new growth avenues for squads.
I think it's also one of those cases there where, you know, like when his Watson pioneered Seer, everybody tried Seer. Everybody did not have a good Seer, and they ended up getting punished by it. Axel could definitely be in the same boat where, like, she does a lot, but I don't think every team will excel at using her. However, I believe the potential is definitely there because she is absolutely crazy if, you know, the plays do end up happening. But once again, not every team is that excelling that well at even close range fighting. You know, some teams win 9 out of 10 3v3s in close range, and some teams don't. Those teams that don't probably shouldn't pick her up at that point. You might have to opt for other strategies.
Our first strike dealt by Citadel as they're on a pretty quick rotation. One of the very things that can catch a lot of teams off over at draft point. They will
Citadel Gaming. Primeiro time que eles estão
knowing where we're going, as actually, despite what I said earlier about Infinite and Virtus Pro being on the same path, they're converging on the same place. We are not moving from the southeastern side of the map for this game.
Yeah, I mean, Humbert Labs endings or even
Os caras estudam muito safe, você tá louco. Os caras já estão no safe ali, já vão alugar a casa até o final.
Especially with the likes of Alter, as we see a ton in the game right now. However, Caustic should be able to deny a little bit more space, but people are definitely opting to rotate early, as we already see so many teams getting nice and comfy.
Taking a look up towards the top of the map as well, I am noticing that teams like Zipline Mafia are starting to get their first ring reads, and SJP2 are rotating
Zipline
really
Mafia.
slowly. As an edge team,
Só se for-
SJP2 have liked to get aggressive early. They could do just that against Orglis and Hungary, since those teams are so isolated on the north side.
Cara, olha o loot que essa galera deve ter ali do
A
Nine.
lot of teams are opting to see how the lobby plays out, because are people gonna take the changes now that we haven't really seen too much? People might have seen them in scrims, but now in
Tem margem pra erro. Um erro, acabou.
a little bit differently.
Uma partida a menos pra
Even though we
pontuar.
talked about the new character Axel specifically, other changes
Olha,
did come in with the
a galera
season
não
change as
escolheu
well,
muito
so
a Axel
will
não
that
nessa
affect the game
partida.
anyhow? Will we see a huge
Mas
Axel
nesse lobby também a Axel não...
We shall see.
Esse mapa aí a Axel também não ia ser muito frutífera não.
Gaming Gladiators have actually been doing really well in scrims for what it's worth. They had a couple of wins earlier this week, and I'd expect them to honestly stay on top. Gaming Gladiators have been a team to look out for in EMEA for quite a long time, and even right now, sitting already in the southwestern side, or rather southeastern side of the map, they've got a pretty solid position, especially with Caustic. You can bunker up in this area for a while.
Talvez seja o Caustic, né? Todo time tem um Caustic.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. At the end of the day, if you're not entirely sure where it is, you just got to make sure that you're playing in positions where you can make rotates or micro rotates happen. Because if you lock yourself in, it pulls all the way off of you, you're going to get punished immediately. So playing in a spot where it might not win you, but you're waiting for the next zone knowledge, or just looking to see how other teams are rotating on their map, that's a good positioning in my opinion. So as long as they're keeping their eyes open and making sure to adapt to what's happening around them, not too bad.
Not too bad.
DSK are in one of the better spots based on what you said. They're sitting towards the south
Felipe
side.
Mato
They
também.
have a lot of flexibility, especially if the ring makes an awkward pull away from them. Playing around the edge, or what people might call slow side of zone, can benefit you in this way, where there are a lot less teams rotating through you, but also you have a lot more room to maneuver around the edges of the map when and if you need to. A team like 3 Men also going to benefit from that, being in the south side. And as we go through, I'm just going to start taking count. I don't think I see a single Axel in this lobby for as much as I expected her.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of the things, you know, we can talk about different regions, right? You have APEC North, APEC South, who tend to always have played historically to their comforts, aka they've been playing a lot of Watson and crypto historically. You have EMEA, who's been balanced, I would say, willing to try stuff.
Ele tá falando que os caras que usam mais Axel são do Norte, América do Norte e América do Sul. A galera é mais equilibrada na Europa e Ásia.
As you get into higher level competition, when we go to LAN, when we go to, especially to champs, but I'm not too shocked to see that EMEA isn't pulling her out just yet. They want to make sure they play for fundamentals and what they have been practicing. I am also ready, though, in several hours from now, where we get to see the American region play. Probably we're going to see Axel there very early on, in my opinion.
Gaming Gladiators did lose Zane for the moment. A recovery that should be pretty easy, given that they have crypto. Respawn's also something that got touched up in Season 29, making that a whole lot easier and a whole lot safer for teams like Gaming Gladiators. Vushi gonna back off for right now and let GG have the lower end of this POI back. It is gonna be a bit of a problem, though, as teams continue to condense around here, as the zone is going to pull us further and further into the southwest side. Whether GG can actually survive the teams that are going to be walking in here. And I do mean walking, because we don't, for all that we have Axels, by the way, those are the blank pieces that you're seeing.
Yeah.
We don't have any Valks that are going to be suddenly jumping on people.
I will say though, out of the Axels that are in the game on Orgles and Hungry SJP2, both of them are playing on edge. They are both looking to potentially engage and fight somebody because that's where Axel especially excels at. Eclipse, however, already in a fight, gets knocked out immediately. Go out as the first team getting eliminated.
Ó, nosso time ali é Eclipse, né, Pro, já foi. Time BR. Time BR não, time que tem jogadores brasileiros, já foram.
Talked to him like 2 days ago. He's like, "Yeah, I feel pretty good about it. Switching teams, it's a nice way to get me a better spot, get the team in a better position when we think about playoffs."
Difícil torcer pros caras, né? Ô, Black, seja bem-vindo, Black. Valeu pelo follow, mano. Tamo junto. A coisa que é bom de perceber é que os caras pegam posição, só sai ali se precisar. Só sai dali se precisar, entendeu? Aí tem uma fight ali, pensando 2 vezes antes de brigar.
However, we also know that historically some teams have been thriving on just one big game and they've made it through. So Uxako is gonna have to hope that his team right now is one of those teams, as we see other teams, however, playing the typical play style of just making sure to let the zone close in, let everybody coexist. There's currently like 15 teams in the zone pretty much, and they're all just chilling.
Well, Blessed is on high ground right now. I think it's not exactly chilling. We were actually talking about this earlier, you and I, Graceful, about how Zone is a surprisingly
não tá muito relaxado aí, não. Definitivamente não tá relaxado.
We've seen quite a bit of aggression moving out of the center of this zone.
Ó o Axel ali.
As well as we finally get our
Temos uma Axel.
SJP2 making the best use of that to group up once again, but SJP2 have yet to pick a fight successfully. Very little damage done so far, and right now they're still pressed up against Zipline Mafia, the same team they were up against earlier. 3 men find their first kill, and it is a tough game to try and play slow, Grace.
Most definitely, especially now when we're talking, when we see the likes like how Alter has impacted the game as well. You know, back in the day when you're playing Watson or Caustic, you were locked down in a building. Now with Alter in game, you can get sent anywhere. It doesn't matter if you trapped everything up. One Alter Q through the wall and they could pop up behind you. Seeing that though, however, nice plays from 3 men, getting a couple of KP on the board. As we talked about Orgles and Hungry as well. With the addition
Orgles Hungry tá vindo de boa. Vindo bem depois, tá pegando as kills tudo. Tá pegando os third party.
Now they're playing around the edge of the map right now. Orgles and Hungry have Heretics in front of them, and with the zone closing, they won't have a whole lot of ways out. Alter, their best chance to reset, take an awkward position, and I will note that Orgles and Hungry have taken the liberty of setting up a Void Nexus behind them. So if you do see them get sent, they have safety. They can afford to get a little aggressive right now.
Yeah, most definitely. Always having that safety net is always a good thing. However, at the end of the day, you know, it's not as good as it was before, but it's still very good ultimate to use there if they can get that reset off. However, I think that a lot of the times now when you're playing Axel, you're kind of all inning at that point. Like, if you're sliding somewhere, like this space that she covers is so vast, it's going to be tough to get that full reset off unless, you know, trades on both sides. But with Axel as a character that enables those
Porcão Sports tá muito bem. Talvez, né? 3 main também estão muito bem. Se eles não fizerem cagadinha, eles garantem o top 5 ali, pelo menos.
An unfortunate donut earlier in this game. SJP2 have basically been hounded across the map. They don't have a safe spot in zone. They don't have good resources. They don't have a good position. They don't have a winning fight. They are in some of the most trouble, although I would say most trouble goes to Team Heretics, who did just leave us in 19th.
I mean, as well, we saw the zone there is pulling all the way southeast, actually, not ending especially inside of Humbert Labs, but a little bit more southeast, as we said as well, in the town area, where now Orgles and Hungry, even though they're on the cusp right outside, they have a playable area in the next zone, and other teams are rotating in with the likes of Axel. Are they going to opt for more KP, or are they going to try to get deeper in? We shall see as Citadel Gaming as well is making sure that the other team that's also outside of the zone is going to get engaged on right now as Kaisha is coming through here. All of them is engaging with the EMP And they do almost put Colibri on 1
Nossa, eu
HP.
cansei de fazer isso. O cara sai com uma unha de vida, ó. Olha lá.
Literally 1 HP. I've never seen someone more one. Finally, Colibri will go down. Citadel should pick that kill up as they do actually need to full
Acontece direto comigo.
Citadel Gaming are a little bit low on right now. There's the finish, and Colibri is down. Citadel picking up the kill, having invested the EMP and a fair amount
Tem nenhuma
of their
Wraith
time
por
to help
enquanto.
take out DSK.
As Wraiths vão aparecer depois.
Even then, they got engaged from one side, got into a building, got engaged from the other side. Phoenix, CJ, and Missy is looking very happy with that as they essentially get free KP.
We're actually running Conduit as well. We didn't talk a lot about Conduit, but she has seen a big increase in priority. We'll see how much Conduit we actually get today. As Havoc Legends do step a little too close to Black Venom. They do finally find the kill as Osam is able to take them out. And Havoc Legends find their first squad wipe of the game. We have moved ourselves down pretty significantly with 4 teams out. 1 more team gone would mean that we start accruing placement points for every squad left in the lobby. And Awakened Baby giving us just that. Those are some insane frag nades, but Cracked takes a little too much damage and we'll get out of dodge.
I'm a little bit... I thought they would definitely engage on that, seeing that he got the ticks as well, 2 of the ticks with those frags, but opt to play it a little bit more safe. They're definitely not in the next zone, so they're going to have to opt. They got 55 seconds to make sure that they can make it into the next zone, as the zone also pulled very far southeast. So everybody that was very happy in Humbert Labs are now going to have to fight one another for either they're going to play indoors of the remaining south side of Humbert Labs, right here where we see Novo Esports. They're going to have to fight for the same areas essentially, but in the opposite building.
2 teams right now, Orglis in Hungary and the Horde, have the best position in final zone. But they don't know it yet. They're about to find out with the next zone close and pop. Everyone else gonna have to move. Teams like SJP2, teams like Citadel going to have to move even now, and Citadel in the roughest spot to do this. Gonna get a respawn. Again, these are quicker this season, but it's whether they can survive the next rotate that really concerns me.
Yeah, SJP2 as well. We talked about them earlier.
Nossa senhora, você tá louco, mano.
Nice play from that altar player. Let's see if they can
São esses sprays aí que a gente encontra nas ranqueadas. Alto nível, né?
Last one alive with 1 HP and a full bat as he's taking it down. They are taken down as well. However, Nova Esports get thirded immediately. Even without the likes of Axel, you can't dispute the fact that people are gonna send if you're fighting way too near one another.
And as Novo go down, we move into 14 squads left as the zone is closing. Citadel are fighting for their lives.
Fez ele a regulada de mira.
To 13 teams, Citadel making the rotation and the reset, a miracle play.
Forfan tava bem, hein? Forfan tava muito bem. Vamos ver agora. Finalzinho agora tá apertando. 11 squads nessa safezinha, hein? Cê é louco, mano. Cê é louco.
That was a very nice move from GG. Watch their backs, alter port up underneath the competition. Virtus Pro not having as good of a time. We're actually going to get abducted.
Tem nem como. Gás pra tudo quanto é lado. Essa partida é dos Caustic. Virtus Pro sempre tá lá, hein?
However, also not staying down. They're looking to wipe GG at the moment. Can't really tell if they're going to be looking to just make sure they clean up, get some loot, get that KP if they can potentially, or just the thirst. Making sure they have a playable area.
Needs another, finds the shield swap and survives. Elite managed to keep everyone up as GG, not so lucky, get finished off.
One of the things though, we did see Axel still alive. Is it the new
Citadel ali
from Orglas and Hungary? Really close to the next zone even, but right now, Citadel Gaming sitting outside of the zone, needing to move in 10 seconds. I really want to find out what they're thinking at this moment as they have to rotate. Let's have a listen in with Citadel Gaming.
That's fine, we can guys, low-key, I think left side might be the play, just going left and looking for kills. Okay. Just remember they drop away. If there's nothing on the left side, we just queue in and fucking go for the backside shop and fight those guys. Okay. I hear you. Okay. Does he move?
Okay, right side is gonna play here.
I'm playing with Zuni, okay?
I'm not using Q's to forward.
Just play small. Maybe play small.
Yeah, they're gonna play inside. Look. We can shoot these guys.
50, 100. Dead. I'm getting
kill that.
Behind us. Nading.
Nading's out. We can wipe that. I'm keen on.
Turning. 100.
Kill.
Killing.
What? Dead. Look. 50.
Nossa senhora, jogou demais, Zani.
Yeah. Dead.
Come to me.
I need to move forward. I'm batting my rock here.
Look. Left. Go. Just go this. Yeah. With you.
I'm dead. You can play my rock. You need to.
Give me knock on the right.
Swap me over. Swap. 50 kills, guys. 50 kills.
Nossa. Não pegou nenhuma kill daquelas 3. Aí o último vem. Mas eles foram pra pegar kills. Eles não... Se eles não pegar kills, eles não pontuam, né? Principalmente agora. Jogaram bem pra caramba. Só que eles não tinham lenda de travessia ali, não. Eles tinham lenda de holding, né? Não de suporte movimento, não. Que é o controle, né? The Horde.
Have to see as Orgles and Hungary owns the circle for an end game. They're looking for that 3P. Are the other teams looking to play for second with KP, or are they trying to go for the haymaker and win the game? Orgles and Hungary, however, looking very likely to win game or match number 1 with the addition of the new legend Axel.
Ó, o Orgles aí, ó. O Orgles veio comendo pelas beiradas ali, ó. Tranquilo, calmo. Nossa, amigão. Caraca, que... Jogaram só na frieza do posicionamento, hein? Vieram depois. Todo mundo pegaram só pelas beiradas. Orgles aí jogaram muito bem. Vê que o jogo... O bom jogo não é jogado com pressa, né? O bom Battle Royale não é com pressa. Também depende de onde eles forem cair, né?
Get your thoughts now that we have a chance to take it back. I know you were looking at it. We come in expecting a lot of Axel. We don't see much of it. But then Orgles and Hungary, the team actually playing it, gets the win. I mean, what does that mean to you as we kick off today?
I think it was perfectly exemplified by what we were talking about just leading up to that fight, that it really came down to timing, as it so often does in these final circles. And Axel may have even more value later in the game than she does earlier. We talk about the rotation potential, but when it comes down to the majority of Apex being played in close quarters, those final seconds mean so much, and Axel makes the best of it.
Well, that's awesome. I mean, I'm excited about this one, and I think this is also a great start, graceful for EMEA. Crypto will be banned, though, so that should open up a little bit of a play style, but we weren't too surprised to see some of the players up on this list. I mean, you could see the Horde, obviously, coming into third. This is a team that we haven't talked as much about to start the day, but still a very big threat in a team that is going to be looking to perform this afternoon.
Yeah, most definitely. A team that has that presence that everybody knows of. But I definitely want to, lean towards Orgles and Hungary. Like we said, they did have a good result.
Vai ser Alter ou Crypto banida. A mesma composição, o top 3 é a mesma comp. Mesma comp.
Where that character specifically excels to engage on people, manage to close out that spot, and end in first on match number 1. That's really nice, in my opinion.
Is this another reason that, we feel like something was... I mean, it's too early to tell. Obviously, right, Grace? I mean, about the Matafe switch and whether this is going to stay. This is obviously, though, exactly what you want when you make a switch like this, when you come in with a new legend. It couldn't have gone any better for Orgles and Hungary.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing as well. I even got to scrim with them. With Sampe and Taxington as well, and at that point Taxington was actually IGLing. He wanted me to trial to IGL, and then when Matafe came in, I assumed that Matafe would IGL. Has this now gone back to Taxington, and that's where they're the most comfortable? Was it just the fact that Fricks is a late bloomer god that's what the morale team boost and they're just owning base off of that. There could be many factors. However, I would like to say that Taxington, regardless of past results or not, is a proven player at this point, and they can pull it off. This is still match number 1, mind you. We can't hype them up too much because anybody can fall flat, but it's a good start.
Eles fizeram o que tinha que fazer, né? Estavam em 19ª posição. Na tabela geral. Tem que ganhar, tem que pontuar, porque senão não sobe não. Senão fica de fora.
But if we look at the right-hand side, most of their kills and most of their aggression, when we look at the average time that they are picking up their first kill in the game, comes on Olympus. This team is really unleashed there historically, with a lot left to discover about what this new iteration of the roster looks like. I would still imagine that Olympus is where they'll take a huge uptick, which is tough when you think about how on earth you go up from first, but they definitely need it, as Orglis and Hungary are one of the teams on the bubble of qualification that need this weekend to go right.
I will also say for people that have a tough time, looking at this graphic as well, is that the maps are different entirely, which they should be. Right. You fight way faster on Olympus than you do on Stormpoint, and then especially on E-District, because of how much playable area it is, right? So you have to keep in mind that while the average first blood is faster on specific maps, it's also due to the fact that macro either the macro is more the same on specific maps, or it's just way smaller coexisting area to where you're forced to take fights. However, it's a really nice stat to look at for sure.
And you know what, because it's the same team, Grace, it may not be obvious, but this is obviously a team with Matafe that had these numbers. Will it speed up with Frix reducing his friction playing Axel on this roster?
Já começa o próximo, galera. Não tem... acho que são 3 jogos, 2 jogos, um intervalozinho. 2 jogos no intervalo, 2 jogos no intervalo. A mudança de mapa.
The timing of these maps, right? Because you're not anticipating that it's necessarily just because they're bad on E-District or they're not as... You get to see how the map has an impact on it. So really cool for those just want to dive into those stats. Some great picks up there. Dia, thanks for tracking those down and our team helping to support that. Guys, let's jump into game 2 because now I cannot wait. Will we see more Axel domination now that Crypto is banned? Will we see more players?
Acredito que foi banido mesmo.
To see a little bit of hesitation from EMEA to fully adopt Apex's newest legend. All we know, however, is Orglis and Hungary. Well, they're cooking right now and they're eating well after game 1.
They certainly are. All right. Game 2 on the horizon. E-District with a crypto ban, and everybody breathed a sigh of relief. Worldwide crypto ban.
Não, só vai ser o Distrito e o Olympus hoje. Então, 3 partidas de intervalo, mais 3 partidas. A gente vai pegando dicas de movimentação, de holding, de tiro também, né? E de composições também, que a gente vai vendo as composições mudar de time para time.
Now that he's gone, it's a little bit more, you gotta make it on your own, you gotta add a little bit of a hook to it to make sure you stay in the middle of the map. Axel can throw that immediately into to the sides because she's so fast and engaging. I hope we get to see more than just 4 picks than the last match, but I don't think too many are gonna change their approach for now. We're gonna have to see if people are opting to play counteractively with, maybe the likes of more Watson, or are they gonna stick to it, like you said, more Axel and pray and, put the...
Fala, Luizão! Você tá louco, mano. Alto nível é alto nível, você tá louco.
Add more what? Add more what? Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
Tem um time, tem 1 ou 2 BR jogando aí. Por um time da Europa. Só que os caras foram mortos e foram os primeiros a morrer.
Moving us down towards the southeast
Kings.
side of the map. A lot of people, when drafting POIs for this zones, have talked to me about drafting around City Hall, around the center of the map, expecting a lot more northwest.
Luizão deve estar passando um frio da peste, né? Hoje tá a massa de ar gelada passando pelo Brasil. É aqui que a quente tá fresco.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing as well. When we're seeing the picks as well, we still see only, I believe, 2 Axels going into this match right now. and Organized and Hungry is one of them. So their playstyle shouldn't, even though the map zones, you know, the map being different changes macro initially, that depends on if you're playing Edge, it doesn't really change anything. So we're gonna see if they can keep up that momentum from match number 1. However, other teams, like we said as well, are opting a little bit more. We're seeing a lot of more Maggies, and then the typical,
Agora
you know,
temos
Newcastle Watson is coming out, a little bit of Valky, which I end up enjoying a lot. We talked about how the macro might get changed with that. Edistrict is not one of those maps that get affected by it with the Trident changes. So, seeing a little bit more standard fundamental things here.
With Alter being our most picked legend of the map, she'll be out next. Sampe won't have that option, but moving over to the Seer for Fricks is an interesting choice. Not a lot of people end up going with Seer as soon as Crypto gets banned, because most of the time, his UAV isn't the thing that he's being picked for. Seer and Crypto really not comparable in that way, but still able to get a lot of information. I would say arguably Seer the much, and I mean way more aggressive choice.
I mean, yeah.
Ó, o Forfã de novo na última safe. É, tá tendo sorte demais o Forfã. O Treeman também está tendo muita sorte. Ah, a safe só mudou um pouquinho pro lado só. Tinha que ter variado lá pra cima essa safe. Sacanagem. Sacanagem com os outros times, hein? Estranho.
Blessed right now in the middle of things, getting Thermite and Sanya, making sure to get those cells in if he can, as they are repositioning right now with triple white armors. A little bit scary, but Eclipse right now, after that sad match number 1, are a little bit more hungry, and that's the kind of oomph we need to see from them, because they need to up their pacing for sure.
Yeah, you can tell there is a fire lit under Eclipse Neve Pro with how fast this rotation is. Round 1's just started closing, and they have already moved from Galleria into the middle of Energy Bank, pushed a team off the ring scan. They need to get things going. They need to get into the center of the map, because there are teams like Novo that may be so unlucky as to not make it. Certainly feeling that right now. Adam
Cada spray é uma aula.
Still will fall, leaving just Bastate up to defend Novo, to try and survive. And on Caustic, I am not envying him.
He's opting for that reset instead to see. However, it was... Are they getting initiated on another team? No, they get the reset, that's fine. Opting to reposition and see if they can get a full reset, as other teams are also sniffing them out right now. More teams are popping up. Irie not feeling too good about himself, but does get that reset as they are trying to stabilize as much as they can. They do get to the Nexus. No, he does not!
Not even going to be available for a recall as he gets finished off before Zomb manages to finish the Void Nexus journey. That was a tough spot to be caught out in, one that you really can't do if you're not running Baby Comp. With Novo now gone, we've eliminated our first squad with just 2 minutes left on zone close. And Heavener may be our next if they're not careful. They need to find access to a crafter, one actually right in front of them, but then a respawn and a move into zone is necessary.
One team's first blood stats just went up drastically. That first team elimination was really fast, as we're seeing other teams opting to rotate even faster now. We're seeing that trend of people like kind of feeling the game out. We see a lot of more teams actually not in that endgame zone right now. Could be due to where the zone is. However, I think teams are just adapting to say, hey, it seemed like we had 15 teams dead center zone last time, even though it was Humbert Labs. Now we're seeing a lot more teams taking their time, making sure they get that loot before they opt to rotate. Maybe they're playing mid-speed, looking for the next soul knowledge before they opt. We'll have to see, but we're seeing a lot of more teams leveling up their armors.
DSK have their setup around the porta potty in here. I guess the bathroom. It is in building. It is in suite. They are playing an extraordinarily defensive game with both Watson, Newcastle, and Valkyrie. This is basically early Baby Comp. It's not exactly the same thing because Gibby gives you a lot of instant safety, but DSK are playing as close to that as they can get. Something that disincentivizes teams from pushing on them to the maximum.
That's the thing. People are playing for that now, especially since this is the last game where Alter is able to play. It's not truly safe yet. When Alter is out of the game, I would say it's as safe as it can get. But while Alter is still active, anything can happen.
3 men get to the top of the bridge. Not a bad place to be, although this is a little further around the edge of zone than they would like. And they've got to be careful because there's kind of a traffic jam happening with this specific zone. Moving into Shipyard Arcade feels a lot more awkward with this ring because the zone is so unlikely to go there, but there's a lot of traffic, especially around the western side, with 3 men, Heavener Icon, Awakened, and Havoc Legends all piled up in the same position. Right around here, this whole area, really difficult to get through, and Havoc Legends control one of the most important chokes that give you the safety of moving into Shipyard Arcade before eventually entering into where we expect the zone will go.
It's all about timing. How many teams show up from the same side and collapse on that side, as we see only a few teams on the western side of the maps. Most of the teams are actually northeastern side of the maps, as other teams are already dead center around draft point at this point, where the other teams, we saw DSK sitting very happily where one of the zones normally pulls around that area, in that water area. So people are playing a lot now. Like, you have to agree, Dia. People play a lot now in all regions in regards to where zones are ending rather than just in buildings, because now we don't see zones end nearly as much on buildings anymore. They're opting for the place that we've been talking about throughout the years, where you should just play to where you're not stuck in an area.
When looking at how to maximize your flexibility in this zone, I really liked Blessed's position as well, as they're just that little bit further south of DSK. They control the choke points that move in from Shipyard Arcade and Street Market into this zone, but that does come, that flexibility, with a little bit of risk, with teams that want to pass you by and that can have their last option be moving through the choke. Orglis and Hungary, with a lot more flexibility right now, coming from the north, have got the Horde right next to them. But both these teams, despite being close, don't actually have to fight. It's much better for Orglis and Hungary and the Horde to ignore each other, get through Energy Bank, and then figure out whether they want to take an engagement.
For sure, they're just sizing each other up at this point, showing their teeth. Hey, don't come our side. However, speaking of showing their teeth, VP right now gets one down from SJP2, one of the teams that got eliminated kind of early in the last game, and now already on the heels again.
We've still got a lot of teams that can survive this, but SJP2 looking the unlikeliest to, as they get sent by Virtus Pro, one of our top performing teams in EMEA. And certainly going to continue that trend today. SJP2 are taken out. Zone 2 is about to close in the next 20 seconds, and Virtus Pro may have already found their next fight with Zipline Mafia right ahead of them.
Prestige just 1v3s casually, as now they're turning towards their back to see if they can take another fight. However, we talked about timing before. Some of the teams right now are rotating in slowly, so make sure you're fighting fast, or make sure that you have an escape route for when you eventually get thirded. Zipline Mafia, however, opting for that rotate instead, which I agree with for sure. They said, hey, we couldn't 3P that fight ended too fast. Let's see if we can find a good spot closer towards the next zone.
And this is a very Orglis and Hungry move from last game. Zipline Mafia are playing slow side of zone. They're actually playing for ring scan right now, moving towards the UAV and the ring console. So Zipline Mafia will have advanced information faster than almost anyone else on the map as to where this ring is going and how they can get in there before anyone else. Team Heretics, a bit disadvantaged as they don't have ring console, they don't have a spot in zone, they don't have a safe way in, and they don't really have a rotational tool to make this happen either. Alter, for as strong as she is, can't get you to somewhere that she hasn't been yet.
Yeah, most definitely. Even then, you might be able to pass through walls, but you got to get up close and personal before you get to that point. Heretics right now sitting on, is that 0 points I see right now? That's only after match 1 though, so it's not over yet. Got to make sure that you can get some points on that leaderboard, whether that be by getting some KP or placement points. Right now, playing a little bit slow.
Yeah, Heretics have put themselves in the position where now they're in the conversation with the Horde, with Orglis and Hungary, with 3 men. All the teams that were coming from the north earlier still going to be there. But around Energy Bank, that question becomes all the more pressing. Which of them will be the last to survive? As Energy Bank gets tighter and tighter, we've got a great overhead shot of how Orglis and Hungary get to overlook all of this and police the entrance to draft point.
That's the thing. They're opting to see where teams are rotating in from. Is there anybody we can just hold at a choke? Or are we able to 3P anything on that side? As we see them right now staring at the Horde as Elite is moving. Probably not into them. Yep, they're facing straight through the wall to make sure they might opt into one of the solo members of Virtus Pro, that would be a really bad catch for them. However, on the flip side of things right now, fight breaks out a little bit here as Fricks is just holding down the ground.
Orglis and Hungary have made the aggressive move to play for points to try and pick a fight. It's a great job from the Horde to defend this, and it's worth noting, as you mentioned, that Virtus Pro could have gotten involved as well. This could have been to the detriment of both squads. You can't play with perfect information, but I like that even without it, Orglis and Hungary are willing to take risks. It does, however, cost them their spot, as Team Heretics now hold height over Orglis and Hungary, who, with their bloodthirst, with that risk, may have cost themselves their future rotation.
Indeed, opted to fight that, but the fight didn't break out properly. Came back a little bit too late as Heretics takes the height right now, is holding them out to see if they can make something happen here. Because fighting uphill here is incredibly hard, but the one character that can make that happen is probably Altered. So we'll have to see if they can figure something out. But we can't forget, 3 men on the far western side of these things. If they go through the same choke, because there's plenty of teams getting held everywhere, this could get messy real quick.
2 seconds left on zone close. We're going to have to make decisions. We're going to have to take fights soon. Team Heretics really uncertain whether they want to be the ultimate gatekeepers. Comes with a lot of risk, but oh man, the reward is so sweet. Having to go through Turbine, a difficult cost to incur. We've got teams taking alternate approaches to this as well. 3 men don't want to fight anybody, don't want to deal with anything, and they're already on baby comp this early into the match. Maggie's still in the lobby, but you give me bubble down there, and anybody who's bagging at you they've got their priorities mixed up.
Really well-paced Valcolt, I gotta say. They were in a tough spot, landed very smoothly. Nobody engages on them, even though there's plenty of teams to harass them. Get a great spot, and now they're feeling really good.
O campeão foi de vala, o Orglis foi de vala.
Citadel Gaming, however, one of the teams to play here very early.
Ganhou a primeira, mas não garante nada, né?
To move more towards the water side. Pulls a little bit off of them, but they should be able to engage on teams eventually. And we know Citadel Gaming has more than enough firepower to take out teams as well.
Virtus Pro have been accruing momentum during this game. Took out Orglis and Hungary moments ago, and Team Heretics are looking to draw blood once again. Heavener Icon will fall, and interestingly enough, that's Eclipse Neve Pro. They get a piece of that action with Uchaka showing up in the kill feed, so finally getting some points on the board this time around, turning their game around from the first one. Citadel Gaming landed Abduct and actually find the one clip. Stagga does fall, and Citadel want to get aggressive on this. Zuni got to go through the wall to finish off the kill. Starts to, but gets one clipped himself. Excuse me.
Citadel Gaming plays underneath right now of Stagga and the boys, and they try to punish them. Zipline Mafia says not on ours, in our sides right now. They're trying to join the fray, see if they can get any KP on the matter. It gets so messy. Everybody's resetting at this point. They do get it down on Remix. Can't get the thirst though, as everybody's feeling kinda, and now they got down?
Zipline Mafia do have the retreat, though. They can get recalled at any time.
What is happening?
I'd like to see that happen right now. Excuse actually goes inside and gets taken out. What a misstep right into the abduct. Citadel Gaming, despite being the ones who started the fight, who looked for the kills, who looked like they were in the most trouble, they end up being the ones chilling on the bottom floor again with one more point to their name.
How did Zipline Mafia end up
E aí, Noshitsun, beleza? Fala, Kaique. Muito boa tarde, galera. Estamos aqui na LGS, último dia de seletiva. Alto nível extremo aqui, galera. EMEA agora, América às 19 horas.
But there was another team lurking. Citadel Gaming still looking to engage if they can, but other teams are looking at them to see if they can interrupt, potentially find a KP. One team immediately Valcolt straight underneath the bridge, landing on a team. As we see Elsor in play, finally.
We're seeing a little bit of
Pô,
this
fã de novo no top 5, hein? Ah, não, top 5 não. Né? Confundi, nessa safezinha tem 14 times.
Currently have high ground, but the Horde Blessed can all contest for it right now, and those who run the bridge will win the game.
That's the thing. Once you get that high ground, you get to overlook everybody. Make sure that your backs are clear and you get the free shoot on everybody. KP is gonna rain in for you, as we see For Fun right now shooting at absolutely everybody. I believe it was Tyler with that L-Star as well. So we're gonna have to see if he can make something happen with that weapon. It's gonna be fun to see for sure.
Breach charge online again. The chance to take a few of these caustics out, make their life a little bit harder, but Virtus Pro unfortunately dealing another deadly blow nearly to Eclipse Neve Pro. Reset inside of here won't be punished by For Fun, who really would like to get involved in the fight for this RV, but can't afford to just yet. The high ground, though, increasingly focused, with Virtus Pro and For Fun wanting to fight each other, but not being able to afford to.
This is the thing. Tyler is making sure they're trying to hold the bridge down as well. As the drill is not enough to take him down just yet. Nag's feeling a little bit scared, but gets that reset. Is really good for them. Are gonna opt to see if they can hold VP off this bridge, because it's gonna come down to a 3v3. But are they gonna get thirded or not? Because the altar is in the game. Anybody could pop up on that bridge at any point.
This L-Star, still plenty of munitions left in it, but For Fun need to find an angle. Right now, they just don't have one. It's VP that is controlling all of the sight lines, and For Fun have very little space to play. Newcastle ult backwards actually buys them some space as Awakened will fall.
E aí, Martinzão? Valeu, meu parceiro, pela presença. Tamo junto, mano. Aqui vendo o altíssimo nível dessa LGS aqui, absurdo. Absurdo demais. Infelizmente o Kingzera já foi de vala de novo. Segundo jogo, foram os primeiros a morrer de novo. É o Kings, o Caixeira e mais um. Novo Sports vem. Última chance é hoje para eles entrarem. Junto, meu mano. Um grande abraço pra você e um ótimo final de semana também. Tranquilo. 19 horas temos Imperial Hall aí.
That's the thing, though. You're playing altar hoping you get something, but if that something is Watson Fence, it's gonna be a bad time to face through the wall or floors. Virtus Pro managed to hold this bridge for the moment, feeling very good about that, as For Fun
a ciência desse cara é alta. Taskmaster.
No, For Fun have found themselves in the awkward position of being underneath Virtus Pro. Virtus Pro won the fight for the bridge. I would argue that it's the wrong side of the bridge. It's the other side that
mas não tá muito fácil pra Falcons não, viu? Não tá muito fácil pra ela tem que classificar. Olha lá, ó, a tabela. O novo é o que tem o BR. Foram os últimos a desclassificar. Os primeiros a sair, quer dizer. O nível tá cada vez mais alto, o Martins. Você tá louco. A gente vê até nas partidas de ranqueada, né? Mas assim, aqui é absurdo. É treino demais.
A little bit happy because they're on the slow end of the things, but they're only a duo. Get this reset potentially.
Eu gosto dos FPS é isso, né? Que a gente vê os caras que treinam fazendo jogadas muito tops, né? Nem todo esporte é assim. É um e-sport. Você pega o futebol mesmo. Futebol, os caras profissionais... Ó, a caixinha já caiu pra eles ressaltar, ó. Nossa.
VP still alive, actually. Might be able to opt for something, as other teams are gonna have to rotate before them, or gonna get dropped on by another.
Os caras arrumaram um cantinho aí, filé.
Getting slid on by Blast. Blast is looking to clean this fight up right now. They actually get a spot. They take their spot.
Everybody hates VP. Everybody is jumping on top of the squad. The Horde has decided to pick a fight, and finally VP are out. Gaming Gladiators stabilize on the low ground, and with this L-Star may just be able to heat the lobby.
Parece que é isso, mano. Parece que é isso. Você falou tudo aí. Olha isso, mano. Olha o que esse Zane fez. Você é louco. Nossa. Gaming Gladiators. Esse Zane aí. Puta merda. Você é louco. Olha esse final. O cara... O controle dele tá alinhado, viu?
To leave the absolute high ground, to take that spot from VP.
Esse controle aí tá alinhado.
where they got to take over from Blessed to make sure that they're not on the same side as everybody from the building collapsing. They managed to clear out their side, join and fight that bubble where we saw.
O cara fez, o cara não errou um tiro ali, Martins, você viu? Um tiro. Acertou tudo. Esse Zane aí, ele é destaque desde sempre.
We cannot play from the same side as everybody. We're taking our steps, and it just paid off insanely.
Yeah, I mean, it really benefit of oversight, benefit of the L-Star as well, to be honest. I can't think of a scarier combination than giving one of the top fraggers in EMEA an L-Star, an altar, and saying, go get him. Go enjoy the rest of your time on E-District. Now, Alter won't be joining us for the next game, so the rest of the lobby, you'd think we'll have a break from Zane, but I'm honestly a little more...
Ah não, os BR não são novo não, eles ficaram em sétimo e é Eclipse. Eclipse Never Pro. Eclipse Never Pro. Ficaram em 12º agora, ó. Subiram, fizeram 3 kills e mais 3 pontos de colocação, 6 pontos. Eclipse Never Pro ali, ó. Passei a informação errada, pensei que era Novo Esportes ali, mas não é não. Eclipse. O símbolozinho deles agora eu vi. Agora a gente vai acompanhar onde que vão dropar.
Gaming Gladiators currently being in first. Infinite are having a really good series as well, despite some of the doubts that I'd expressed around their rotations with VP right next to them. We haven't seen a whole lot of Infinite. They've been pretty quiet despite their success. But if you want to catch a glimpse of what these teams are doing, those teams that are slipping past the radar, that are making the unexpected plays that might not be the flashiest, but are the smartest in the game, you can catch all of those at algs.ea.com at Multiview. Our newest feature that we demoed in Season 28 is reaching maturity in Season 29 and is able to bring you all of the best plays at your discretion.
I mean, definitely. We're gonna have to go back to that, as everybody's definitely making sure to find that one player that fits you the most. But before we find our players that I want to see in our next match, we're gonna take a little bit of a break. So make sure you get some snacks, come back and relax, and get ready for some more Apex.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Hey everyone,
Exatamente, mano. Você é louco.
Heading into year 6, the ALGS team have been working hard behind the scenes to make the viewing experience better.
O meta
Let me
aqui,
show you around the newest addition to the
intervalo
ALGS
aqui.
website, the ALGS TV.
O meta aqui que foi na primeira partida foi Alter, Crypto e Caustic. Quase todo time tava com esse. Tanto é que o Crypto foi banido na primeira partida. Aí na segunda agora, Alter e bastante Watson também. Alter e Watson. É controle, né? Os controles sempre vão ser os primeiros a ser banidos. Muita vantagem de terreno.
Now keep in mind that the ALGS Multiview tool is still in beta, so as we continue improving the experience, we want your feedback. Please share it using the button that you'll find in the bottom right of your screen. Now this tool is free to use, and it'll be available for every single ALGS event. So log on, find your favorite POVs, and tune in for the best viewing experience that ALGS has to offer.
Ah, tem que fazer o cadastro. Estamos aqui acompanhando a LGS. Foram 2 partidas, teve um intervalozinho de 2 minutinhos, já estamos voltando. Assim, eles estão voltando, né? A gente só tá acompanhando.
things that I've seen so far is that we have almost had a surge of energy from teams that need it. I mean, you look at Gaming Gladiators, I mean, they've been performing well. Obviously, they're a Group A team. They know that they've got to get as many points.
Mas, ô Martins, se tu tiver ainda, o Crypto é uma lenda que tá fazendo falta, viu? Tá fazendo falta em todo competitivo, o Crypto tá mandando bem. Pra caramba. Quem masteriza o Crypto já era, o time fica invencível. O cara que joga comigo, ele falou, que tava jogando ranqueada comigo, ele falou que um cara no time dele ficou só ressando, só pegando informação e ressando. Ele pegou quase 20 kills na ranqueada.
More moderately, I would say. So not out of the ordinary in my
Aqui, ó,
opinion.
o time que tem o 12º ali, ó. O time que tem o BR, viu, galera? Eclipse, Neve Pro. Neve Pro.
And we're obviously going to be seeing the altar band here. So out of our top 6, 5 of those compositions include altar, 2 of them include crypto. What we'll probably start to see is a shift towards either that baby comp jumping up with
aí, Matizão, o meta das lendas aí, ó.
Valkyrie maybe coming in, Grace. But again, this could also lead to maybe some more axles coming in with people feeling like
os caras pegam primeiro que eles querem garantir primeiro, né? Os pontos. Agora foi a alta.
Who is a legend people primarily use to move their team taken out of the mix.
Yeah, because Alter is also one of those characters
não, sem problema, meu mano. Valeu só de você ter aparecido aqui, já considero demais. Valeu demais, tamo junto. Eu falei pros moleques aqui, ó, os moleques que estão acompanhando a live aqui também. Falei, coloca em alguma tela aí, coloca vai acompanhando. Qualquer coisa que acontecer aqui, a gente vai vibrando junto aqui. Eu ia assistir de todo jeito, então. Assistindo com a galera que tá colando aí, passando no TikTok. No TikTok também estamos ativos lá. Só que pelo YouTube é bem melhor de assistir. Por isso que nosso time tá morrendo toda vez. Olha lá, ele tá entre... Ele é esse aqui, ó. O Z de lado. Ele tá entre 4 times, 5 times aqui, ó. Ele não tá conseguindo segurar o reg. Eu também tô nessa agora. Eu tô virando main Wraith agora, Martinzão. Eu perdi durante a semana aí, eu perdi 600 pontos no Platina 2. Aí, ontem eu consegui recuperar com a Wraith. Eu tô com 800 pontos no Platina 2. A Wraith, muito boa pra desviar de bala também, fazer movimentação, tá muito delicinha jogar com ela.
As of now, yes, Zane has opted into the character, giving a little bit more movement, and going to our winners of Game 2, Gaming Gladiators will add the Watson to what is the standard. When I think of Gaming Gladiators, Grace, I don't know about you, I think of Newcastle. I think their biggest success has come from Newcastle Catalyst as a meta, and I feel like this is just a character that fits really well with how Blast and Lufka like to play.
Yeah, I mean, I think that so far, when you've had the games, like I would almost say that any iteration of crypto in the game or of alter is the most volatile. And if you can succeed in those 2 matches before they get banned, now is kind of a smooth sailing for all the teams that have that experience, like you said, like, you know, you're thinking about them when you're thinking about the comp. They're gonna feel a lot more comfortable because this is essentially you're playing on your home field at that point.
Yeah, I mean, we have this conversation. We had a little bit of you know, that conversation earlier, and I've been hinting at it with my conversations around Axel. But comfort is a big deal, and coming into a split where, you know, you're trying to figure things out, let alone with a new squad. Being comfortable is important, and playing comfort picks is important rather than optimizing yet, because you're trying to get, you know, into a rhythm. And obviously that is big for Gaming Gladiators. They've been able to do that after probably a disappointing back half of last year. Great start for them here, and after
o Zone do Citadel, ele pegou a Wraith já.
Also a team that's got a lot of potential.
Yeah, most definitely. They have been popping off, and people have, like, they're put up high on I would say
Tem
not
Valk
leaderboards,
rolando
but tier list
também.
for a reason. They're able to make those plays happen, and they have been consistently so far now as well, feeling good about themselves for this game at least. Other teams, however, are playing kind of the same way we're expecting. And at this point, Rain, would you say when you're at the point, when you're on the cusp of either not making PL again, or you're barely making finals, or you're just in the middle of the pack, are you going to stick to the same game? Like, this is the question we always pop up, especially on LAN. Are you going to stick to the same game plan you've been practicing for the longest time, or do you need to throw a haymaker to shake things up because you need something to change the tide?
I'm always a fan of, if it's not working, do something else. And if it works, work it. That is, to me, always how I've looked at sports and competition, and I think in esports as well. It's difficult because there's so much of the analytics that go into it. There's so much of the digital element of it. But if you're a real person and you guys are running a play in a basketball game or a soccer game or whatever it is, and the person keeps blocking your shot, I mean, eventually you're gonna be like, hey, let's shoot a three. Let's run a different play. Like, this isn't working right here. And it's sometimes harder to tell that when stats are showing you one thing, or you're like, we just need to maximize this, and my ability usage was wrong. The reality is, if it's not working, I think you do have to make an adjustment, especially if you're there. What becomes harder, though, Grace, and I think that's what you're hinting on as well, is when it's close to working and close to now. It's like in that little gray area of it could almost work. I'm still a believer that you've got to not acknowledge that something needs to change, because the goal isn't to just barely succeed. The goal is to win. That's the role of a battle royale. You got to win, or you go again. And I think that is what all these teams need to be aiming for. So that would be my take. And I'd suggest, obviously not in the seats of these players, that, hey, ultimately, if you're looking to be successful beyond just showing up to a tournament, you got to think that way.
I definitely agree that, you have to find. There's only so many times you can headbutt the wall before your head starts bleeding. You got to make a different play to make sure that you break that wall and make it further ahead. However, we have to see now. Some teams are feeling really good about this zone, as the zone is finally on the opposite side of the ends. One was southeast, one was a little bit more in the middle or southern side of the map, and now we're on the northwest side of things. Is this going to shake things up for how teams play out the game?
Até agora nenhum time foi de vala. Obrigado, mas nenhum time foi de vala ainda.
To make a splash, or honestly a splash. They gotta drop a humongous bomb at this point. Currently sitting on 20th right now. Not feeling good about those two previous games. Have to pull something out.
They need more than a rabbit out of the hat here. Sitting with 29th position, and I mean, just really not figuring out how to get these points in alignment with what they want to do as a team. 10 points so far in the split. Remember, 9's the cutoff. That's sitting at 49 right now. Granted, 2 big wins on the day. That's 25 and 25. That puts them at 59. That is still, that's still only 6th place as it stands. So not only have they work cut out for them, man, they need a little bit more than a miracle. And SJP2 will be certainly sending it, because they know they've got a big dream to try to accomplish here. No hesitancy or playing it safe from them. You mentioned that northern zone. It has pulled up top. All the teams still finding their way towards it. 20 squads left, Grace. We haven't lost one. The Horde and 3 men trailing the farthest south to try to make it in there. Citadel Gaming sitting nice and inside that zone on the southwestern side. May run into 3 men or for Fun Esports as they eventually get in there, but there's plenty of time before these teams have to make a move.
Yeah, most definitely. Citadel Gaming playing very textbooky, as they have been so far. Not really opting to play in a spot where they're just praying the zone ends on them, but spots where they can make plays happen. And wow, have they done that? Because even on that game 1, where
o Eclipse tá rotacionando ali, ó, tá indo pro Blessed.
You heard their comms when we had that list.
Eles vão fightar com o Blessed, vamos ver se vão ganhar pelo menos uma fight, né? Na verdade, na outra partida eles ganharam uma fight, porque eles ficaram com 3 pontos, né? Com 3 pontos de kill.
It's a tough rotation for us. Let's just see if we can get any points on the board. And when you have that and you keep putting up points on the board, you're gonna end up in a way better spot than, just throwing it all, betting it all on one spot.
When you're playing at a high level in battle royales, they have very much a similar quality to playing a roguelike, where you're not deciding between what you ultimately want to do. You're given 2 choices. Hey, we got a team here, a team there. What's the best choice I can make? that will ultimately help my overall game plan. It's very, very good to practice that type of skill and decision making. And the IGLs that can do it, Grace, I mean, they're the ones that stand atop the rest. We talk about them consistently. And Citadel Gaming's put themselves in a great spot to be there as a team. Of course, For Fun now just holding down this building again on that southwest side, very close to Citadel, I believe. And going to set up with that Newcastle. Nags on the bottom has been feeling great with this new team. We talked to him at LAN several years ago. He's been trying to find his way off of FaZe Clan into a roster that's really worked. He's stuck with Synetic. They've got For Fun here going on the, you know, and really rocking in business, I think. Grace, how do you feel about this team? I've always liked Nags as a player. I've always liked Synetic's story. How do you feel they've come together as a roster here for Fun?
Love Nax as a player and as a friend, I would say. Met him a lot on LAN and been talking to him a lot. And, you know, even Tyler, I played briefly with Tyler as well. Tyler and Jake at that point when I teamed up with them. And players that everybody knows.
É isso aí, faz pressão no Blessed.
On LAN, even when he subbed as well. Like, we know that all of these players have that quality in them, that they are world-class players and they can have the results, but it's always been something keeping them back. And is this iteration of the team now going to be enough for them? You know, we'll have to see for sure, but the sparks are there. All it takes is just a small ignition for it to start, and then they might roar.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of looked at when Tyler came onto the scene, and he's somebody I didn't mention, but he just deserves to talk about his story a little bit. You know, was kind of looked at the duo with Unlucky. Him and Unlucky were just two fraggers, and then they split. Unlucky kind of got his moment. He went to, you know, the top tier team and has top tier success, has won a LAN, and been able to be at really the highest level of Apex ever since then. Tyler, different journey, has found his way on several teams, not quite made the fit. For Fun now, a little bit of a redemption arc for him. He may not have a chip on his shoulder because he's been well regarded throughout the scene. Things haven't worked. It hasn't been a bad blood issue, but he's definitely a guy that, you know, if you look at him trading places with Unlucky, maybe that could have been Tyler's story on Alliance, and it wasn't. So can he make his own story here, really dominate EMEA, maybe make his entrance to the world stage here coming up on LAN? That's certainly what For Fun Esports are trying to get out of him.
Yeah, most definitely. I think that we'll have to see, because at the end of the day, there's only so many times you can hype. Like we've said the uncrowned king for drop from Americas. We've said from EMEA we have Tyler. We can have we have Zane. We have so many players that we've always been hyping up. But at the end of the day, the only person who writes your story is you yourself, your decisions, your choices. And if they can make those decisions themselves, the way, hey, was it worth sticking out with this team, even though the results wasn't good for maybe a month? And then eventually they popped off later on. We've seen several teams stuck it out through thick and thin, eventually come out on top, and then stuff happens. Or are you going to be a player that ends up swapping a lot of rosters? It's going to be a lot harder to find that deep success that stays, you know?
Yeah, of course. Well, interrupting our Apex podcast here. Still 20 teams alive. I feel like we've been talking for 15 minutes. It's not our fault. These players are just not doing anything. The first team goes down, and it's ALGS and Hungry right out the gate. So we go from 0 to 100, and we lose game one's winner.
Not only that, but SJP2, the one team, like you said, hey man, they just gotta drop 25-25. This is a great start for them. Get some KP on that board. Get some confidence back. You know, after 2 bad games and you go start in match number 3 with a couple of KP, is always gonna feel good about them. Hopefully this gets the ball rolling.
As Citadel Gaming make their way in, look like a Wraith portal there. And it was from Zuni. Remix Powers and Kaisha find him back. There's a Newcastle wall. Is it a bit late, though? It is. Remix is going to go down to that. I think it's a Maggie drill that ends up doing the final bit of damage, as well as some pressure here from Volgraph. Citadel Gaming in trouble. They've lost their Newcastle. That's the one player you want to stay up alive, and they're going to go down completely.
Caraca.
My goodness. I think that might have been...
Boa, boa. Os times estão indo, o nosso tá ficando.
Who was coming in and messing with them. SJP2
e aí, Giovanni, beleza?
After that initial fight with ALGS and Hungry, so just in a flash, Grace, we lose 3 teams.
That's the thing, though. I mean, let's be honest. VP wiping teams left and right is nothing. Everybody was, you know, they're not shocked about it.
Eclipse está em 12º ainda.
Had the ball rolling, gets eliminated. It's going to be a really tough uphill battle for them for the rest of this series. However, 17 teams alive. Zone is closing now. We also know, by the way, after this game, Valkyrie is banned, I believe.
Yeah.
So teams that have free macro for the moment with that character is going to have a little bit tougher time. But the next maps is going to be Olympus. So hopefully they can make something happen. I wonder if we're going to see a little bit more Axel or something. But you have a ton of different options on other maps. So we'll see.
I think, yeah, I do think it'll be more of like a reduction to Axel in EMEA. It'll be more of like, all right, we finally exhausted all of our comfort picks. Like let's take a little bit of a risk because this is the best case scenario. Again, kind of like the roguelike decision making. This is the best choice that we have out of the choices that have been given to us with these characters banned that we'd rather play. And so I do feel she'll probably come out later. But again, we were surprised.
Eu tô querendo jogando, hein?
We'll have to stay tuned. EMEA maybe shocking us a little bit with their hesitance to pick up the newest legend. Most likely we'll see plenty of her in the Americas.
Eu achei ele massa também, o Taco, viu? Ele é diferenciado, tem umas animações diferenciadas, né? Da Life, do Crypto e da Loba. Ixi, tem uma, duas, três, quatro heranças, Martins. É o sortudo.
Currently only 5 in zone right now. Heaven or Novo, Gaming, Gladiators, the Horde, and Elite. So it's going to be a lot of contests on this rotate, Grace. How are you feeling this is going to work for these teams?
Os caras não... Ou o nosso time não tá fightando, ou já faleceu também, né? Eu tô aqui torcendo. Acho que o King tá ali. A caixeira. É, ó. Nosso time tá fightando agora aí, ó. Ah, foi. 16º, ó. Cara, eles pegaram a Virtus Pro, cara. A Virtus Pro é um dos melhores times do lobby. Se não for o melhor time. A Virtus Pro, a Game Gladiators. Dois melhores times desse lobby aí. Os BR também não dá sorte, né?
Hold space and start poking teams that normally they wouldn't be able to.
You can see For Fun in a great spot there. They're snuggled up with their new castle near the water.
Ah, tu tem uma conta secundária, né? Na tua você tem o Crypto, a Lobo e a Carambit. A do Crypto também é massa, viu? A da Lobo também é bonita.
Take the ire from the team up on top of the staircase. So they're going to try to play space as much as they can. Headshot still holding down that
high ground, também é massa. As eras são tudo legais, né? As novas, principalmente as novas. As antigas são meio pai, não tem muito efeito, né? Tem significado, mas não tem muito efeito.
And they're going to make a bigger rotation. Vizarone jumping into the portal. Yikui going to follow along as well. Headshot will make their way on the outskirts of this fight and now approach into Heavener, who's getting a little bit of the ire here from Irie as he falls down to just 1 shield cell's worth of shield and is trying to pop a battery to get back up. So far, lost only 1 team in this rotation, but plenty more to go down very soon.
Sitting in a
também, né? Combina massa mesmo. A Carambit com a garra que é a Carambit, né? No Newcastle parece uma faquinha de cortar lá, de descascar laranja, né?
At this point now, though, everybody has so much space, nothing's gonna happen really.
Falando de alternância assim, ó, das espadas, mas eu provavelmente vou pegar o rastro da Meg. Aquele rastro da Meg vermelhão de fogo. Pegando fogo. Eu acho da hora, principalmente o barulho que faz no mapa. Ah. Entendi. Ah, na mesma conta, a secundância era a herança do equipe. Ah, entendi. Eu pensei em uma época, eu não ganhava herança, eu pensei em criar outra conta, sabe? Criar outra conta, mas aí eu já tinha muito status nessa minha conta. Aí eu falei, não ganhei nada, vou criar outra conta, porque vai que essa conta é sorteada. Aí eu desisti, eu falei, normal, dá pra jogar em uma conta.
Is going to find a world of trouble, and Heretics taken up to the sky, but it's going to get reset, or they're going to cancel.
11 squad nessa safezinha.
Gets canceled, they're going to have to fight their way in instead as they have a few teams in front of them.
Lateral.
Shot goes through the wall right there by Cos with that Kraber. See if he almost hits the jump shot as well. Are they going to clean? They should clean this up.
Ele acerta de novo, tinha deitado algum.
On a 3-2-1 triple swing. Let's see if they end up sending this bubble as they're gonna have to fight for something. Oh, they're just eating everything.
Joga o gás, pô. Joga o gás, tá? Poupando o gás, vai levar o gás pra casa.
But then they have to take a full defensive bombardment. Now, can they reset? That's the question. That team does die. Seems like Heavener's not going to push this, so maybe it was the right calculation. Uh-oh. There's a team coming in now from on top of the wall. It may not last for too long. This could just be a delayed problem there for them, but we'll see. Elite EU definitely going to try to peek their head out and finish off that team if they can. As Henchman going over to the right side to try to maybe help out with the Hemlock. Light sees them. Yeah, this is going to be not long for Team Heretics.
Esse cantinho ali é Heretics.
Elite, however, feeling really good about their
E aí, Felipe, beleza? Seja bem-vindo, mano. Muito boa tarde. Nossa, que posição confortável desse time aí, hein? Elite Europa. O Overflow Healer é o melhor, cara. Não tem como não.
6th place overall and EMEA, Elite EU trying to add to that tally, secure their spot. We talked about how you need big games from our bottom teams. Well, they just need probably one
A
big
finalização, né? Finalização é massa mesmo. É igual as skins míticas, né? A finalização das skins míticas.
That is in 2nd place overall. They have been phenomenal this season.
Mas o que eu acho massa do rastro dessas skins míticas é que dá pra usar com qualquer lenda, né? Pra você usar o rastro na conta. Da hora. E já que não tem mais rastro, queria tanto ter jogado desde o começo do Apex pra pegar os rastros. E no começo do Apex tinha mais gente, né? Dá pra ter feito muita coisa. Os rastros permanentes e tal. Mas é isso, infelizmente a gente não pegou, então vamos aproveitar agora enquanto a gente consegue. Nossa, vai ficar...
Oh, Elite EU gonna have to back off here. They lose kinda as well. Should be the end of light. He's gonna escape, but where is he going? Into more defensive bombardments. Cannot imagine he survives.
Foi pra lá, foi pra cá, foi pra lá, foi pra cá.
Elite EU goes out just like that. For Fun Esports still alive though. The story of Tyler. Gaming Gladiators are also doing a kind of a funky Wraith portal just to stay alive, but For Fun, they lose their Newcastle as well. It's been the story of the day. The Newcastle going down first, but what can Synetic do up in the skies? Nobody looking in that high dimension, lands on the pole. He's just gonna wait it out here. No one's looking at him. It's a moment for Synetic. Cannot peek out too high. Cannot let many teams know where he is. He's almost single-handedly finishing off the horde. It's got to be the end of Synetic. He goes up again, and he's still alive. And no one is looking at him. 5 squads left. Surely he is going to die here. He lands on the pole again. He can't keep getting away with this. Synetic, there's insane fights for it as well.
Pegou 2 posições ainda pro time. É, só no... Ah, mas aí se você jogar com a lenda, é igual a da Meg. A Meg é uma lenda massa de jogar também. Não é paia não. Eu tava gostando muito do Heavy, sabe? Só que o Revenant, ele tá sendo paia pra jogar na Ranked. Até certo momento dá, mas depois não. Ah, então você tem que estar com a última parte da skin equipada pra fazer a finalização dela? Aí não, né? Aí não, né?
I don't know what happened here. I'm sitting in the same spot, but I don't know. But you know what ended up going? Hey, what's up, everybody? How we doing? How we doing? One of the things that I thought was interesting about the way that they showed up was the fact that, you know, they're like, hey, looking at him, hey, that guy was shooting at us, but he's up in the air. That's a good strategy. Let's just jump up in the air too.
Verdade.
And it ends up getting the win for the Horde. Obviously, a team I've been watching pretty heavily graceful, and there's a good reason why here. But you might be surprised.
Então aí é mais complicado, né?
You know, kind of been performing throughout the season. In 10th place.
Mas ainda vale, o rastro vale, né? Só que é tenso, né, cara? Você vai gastar uma coisa que é super ultra raro. Você dropar isso aí, você vai gastar pra usar só o rastro, né? Praticamente. E não. É muita indecisão.
if they can keep up the form as well, you know, this is one of the teams that people wouldn't be shocked to see on land, right?
Right.
So having them perform and win out this match number 3 is nothing out of the ordinary, but it's a pleasant.
É igual a mítica da Ashe que vai vir, né? Vai vir a mítica da Ashe aí, vai ser absurda.
And they're in 10th place right now. They've got 2 more games to go. I feel like after this, if they're in 3rd, that would make sense for me.
Nosso time ficou em 16º, olha lá. Caiu 4 posições. De novo, mais 6 pontos.
Like a 3rd place today. And if they can get a 3rd place today, they're
mais 6 pontinhos pro nosso Eclipse.
Even a 2nd place, I think, would bump them up into 3rd for sure. But they'll be close to Alliance, who are sitting at 68 points. And that's assuming For Fun Esports doesn't continue to be impressive this afternoon. You know, we've got a great show so far. We've got a great little halftime as well. When we come back, we've got some guests. Mark Gibson and CCC Ivan are joining us in the team. So stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Agora é nosso Olympus. Agora vai ser Olympus.
Red Bull is giving wings to the ALGS and the Apex community.
$25 mil. O melhor criador, hein?
Red Bull gives you wings.
Propagandinhas aí, quem paga as contas do campeonato, né? Agora, esse monitor aí é caro. Tudo que envolve o campeonato da LGS é caro. Monitor, os headset, tudo é caro. Eu tava vendo o headset que eles usaram no último campeonato lá, eu acho que tava 2.003 conto o headset.
Welcome back to the ALGS. My name is Randy. I'm joined by Dia and Graceful. This is our halftime portion of the show. We just had a lot of fun. 3 games on E-District. We're switching maps soon. But of course, every single broadcast, we have to take a little bit of a break, have some halftime, let the players reset mostly, and then us fill some time and have some fun with you guys. But we like to do it in a way that adds to the community, and that's why we've been bringing on each halftime, each start of these shows to do ideas, new ways of people who are really deserving, I would put it that way, of highlights, because they are bringing something to the ecosystem, to the community of Apex. Dia, we've had chances to talk with his and hers. We've seen community figures across the board, and now we have a chance to talk to some other great members of our esports community who have put together things not just on screen so that it sounds good and it's fun to hear when you see competitive action, but also the ecosystem and the infrastructure for players to jump into that competitive action. Of course, I'm talking about Ivan from CCE and Mark Gibson. Thank you guys both for joining us. It's a pleasure to have you.
Thank you very much for having us.
Thank you so much for having us. This is awesome. A little bit nervous, but this is really cool. Honored to be here.
Well, it's great to, you kind of laid out a very general, kind of table for you to set for the viewers, because I think everyone wants to know, what is CCE? If you haven't jumped into the platform, I'm relatively familiar with it, but I know a lot of our viewers might just be hearing it for the first time. What is CCE? Can you explain it to us, what you guys do and how it feels a part of the Apex community they can get involved in?
Yeah, of course. No, I'd love to. I love talking about this. But so CCE right now is a competitive web platform, right? So where we run something that is not just like Apex tournaments, but it's more of a competitive queue. That's kind of what I like to call it. In contrast to usual tournament formats, where players register as a team, they play as a team, they compete as a team, and they're placed on the leaderboard as a team. This is more of like an individual format. And we created something that is more closely like a ranked system rather than like a tournament series, right? So there's no individual event registration. If you're signed up on the platform, you just play when the queue's open. And nowadays it just runs on weekends until we probably expand. So that was what you guys just saw was our play page. So our play page is where players can ready up and enter the queue, whether it's like alone in a party or you can invite your friends literally through the platform. And as soon as there's 60 players in the queue, you accept into matches, you hop into the games, and like our live API setup does the rest. We've even like created cool little things where when you join the private match, you're able to get sorted into your team slot, so you don't got to look for your team. So and yeah, you play every game you play inside of our queue. You gain points from kills, from assists, from your leaderboard placements. And every weekend you get an individual score on the leaderboard that you guys saw right there. And yeah, basically in summary, you can play your solo queue, you duo queue, you stack as a team, and our lobbies aren't they're not very formatted like scrims or ALGS. You're playing versus different teams in every game, different maps. We do legend bans a lot differently. I know everything's based on percentage here. For us, we do player votes, so we got like player voted legend bans. It's a very cool and unique system. And yeah, it's a new concept for a queue formatted competitive ecosystem, rather than your usual tournament format.
Sure.
So that's kind of that.
It sounds really, before I move on, because I do have a question, but you've given me another one. Is this something that if somebody were looking to get involved, is region restricted? Is it open to all regions on weekends? How have you guys organized that?
Yeah. So this is very interesting. So right now we're open to EMEA and North America, right? So we do, and it's actually very interesting. So it is a combined leaderboard across both regions, right? So people can crossplay. So North America players can play on EMEA and vice versa. But I mean, nobody wants to play on 250 ping, right?
Yeah.
So it is a combined leaderboard. We run for 2 regions. We hope to open it up for more and more regions down the line. We're obviously looking at Asia. Asia is a huge region,
Aí, galera, tá falando da plataforma que
yeah, we're hoping
da gente se
to open it up
inscrever.
to more and more regions. But right now, NA, North America, EMEA, not necessarily region locked to those specific 2 regions, but catering, in terms of ping and playability, it's currently for those 2 regions.
Yeah, future, hopefully we can do that.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
I was just thinking, Mark, I haven't heard your voice in a while, so tell me, Mark, how did you meet Ivan, and how do you work with CCE? Tell us a little bit more about what you're doing for this project.
I practically do what you guys are doing, the wonderful casting. They get to hear the voice of myself, and I normally work alongside Ben and potentially Scott as well when he is also casting, depending on our availability. But availabilities, there we go, get that one out there. But yeah, it's been pretty much like we met because he had a tournament up and I seen it advertised. I reached out to him with Ben. It wasn't actually going to be me, it was going to be Ben and another caster, and then we got three of us going and doing their first ever series that they did, bringing in a few of the pro players and stuff like as well, which was phenomenal because we had some pro teams that I got to cast over for the first ever time, which was an insight and definitely a fun time. So yeah, we've pretty much just decided to work on this, and then he mentioned he was going to do this sort of system for their own like gold to diamond, and then we worked it up, and we're working up to preds and such like, and bringing this whole ranked leader system, and then pretty much I just cast it for everybody else to watch as well, and we do all the production side of it as well, so it's pretty fun.
Yeah, this guy's being very humble. They're casting long hours every weekend, 3 hours a day. So these guys,
3 hours is nothing.
In my head, I'm like, oh my god, we're doing like a live leaderboard, shuffling teams all the time. Like, how on earth?
It's team 1, team 2, team 3. There's no casting, there's no team names, so it's a very strange one to do. But just have to remember the players and who we see on a regular basis, different teams. It's just it's chaos, but it's so much fun because there are so variations of players, so it is always good to see new names popping up there. We get to cast over. They obviously get their names on stream as well, so they'll get to hear themselves casted, which probably some of the people will never ever get casted by casters for the most part, or even in the competitive lobby side of things. So it's quite cool for them as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a great thing to have because a lot of people actually wonder, hey, people ask me, well, Grace, how do I start being competitive? Because what else do I do except grind ranked? And you kind of got to find your way out of just the typical in-game stuff to find your way into scrims, whether that be CCE, whether that be any sort of scrim lobby, right? So it's really good to have this showcase and seeing the love for the community to have a room and place for everybody to show. Like you said, they might not be casted on Pro League today, but this is the beginning of that journey to make it there, right? So now that we know about the CCE in general, at this point, what are your long-term goals for CCE and Apex specifically?
Yeah. No, we'd love to run. I feel like, this is every tournament organizer's dream goal. We want to run, multiple blocks every day, multi-regional, want to be able to run, like right now we've got like weekly kind of weekend prize pools, right? We'd love to do daily and give an opportunity for players to kind of get into that competitive space, have a feeling and understanding of what it feels like to make Apex their career. I've had my heart into this game for a very long time. I've sometimes been on a challenger circuit cast, as a player and stuff like that. So I've got a huge passion for this game, and I hope to kind of build something that runs daily, something sustainable, something very long term. That's always kind of been my dream. And and kind of Apex is kind of where my home is. It's been here for like 4 years, since 2021, since kind of private matches even became a thing. We were, I want to say we're one of the first kind of organizers to be here, like kind of running private match tournaments. So it's been a very, very cool journey to go towards here, and I'm very proud of I'm proud of myself and my team for kind of building what we build right now. We're trying to build this huge infrastructure, a very kind of like automated experience for kind of and every player that wants to play it out there. It is completely kind of like an open experience. You like it, you don't. It's not for everybody, but we hope to make it for everyone. So
I love it, guys. Well, I mean, it's a great combo there. You got the lovely Scottish dulcet tones with Mark, and of course, Ivan, you seem like you've got a real vision for what this is. Where can people find it and check out CCE, sign up, or just watch you guys?
Yeah, that's cool. Okay, we get to a little shout out. So we have our web platforms online. It's cce.gg, a very, very simple URL. And the registration is very simple. It's right there, and then it's right on the front page. So if someone wants to check it out and compete in our queues, and give it a go, see if they got like a shot and making it to the top, it's right there, and then cce.gg. So.
Awesome. CCE.gg. Check it out if you guys are interested in what Ivan and Mark have shared today, and make sure to check out a cast if you can. I'm sure it's a lot of fun, and maybe some upcoming talent we might see in the Pro League. Gentlemen, thank you so much for your time. We appreciate you, and we'll let you get back to running a great platform, and hopefully talk to you guys soon.
Appreciate you guys.
Thank you
very
so
much for having us again.
You guys have a good one. Thank you for having us.
All right. And speaking of the platforms that
galera, essa é a plataforma, né?
Be showcased. Well, if you are a content creator, if you are actually somebody who's never made it to like platinum or diamond or something like that, there's a chance that you've seen a tweet from a streamer or a big player going, I need you on my team for this. That's right. The Apex Creator Tournament Series is taking creators all around Apex and matching them with regular players, content creators, players who haven't made that pro or gotten that highlight yet, and putting them on a team with one of the biggest names in Apex to compete for a $25,000 prize pool sponsored by different creators in the esports space. This one by Violo on twitch.tv in May 29th. So that's coming up in just 6 days. So make sure to stay tuned for that. It'll be a running series. A great shout out to, I know, Respawn behind this as well, and everybody who's put together the work to make this happen. A lot of fun. I'm excited to see more of that participation. So make sure to tune in May 29th. Guys, got some great halftime information, especially some aspiring players have a lot more options on how they might be able to jump into the ALGS. But it's time for us to jump back into the actual ALGS. Game 4 underway.
All right, game 4 on the horizon. Graceful, before, can I get you
Começar o primeiro jogo no Olympus sem a Valk é osso, viu?
Are we allowed to do OQ? I don't even know if that's possible.
Yeah, I mean, he said you could solo, duo, trio. That's completely fine. However, I've got to say, for somebody who strictly follows the patch notes of Apex permanently, with the solo queue changes coming up right now, you might just find me stuck right there. I'm not gonna lie, it's so nice just being able to solo queue, being able to not think about finding people to play with. Even though I've been very blessed in that regard, it's always nice to just being able to boot up and not think too much, Thea, I love you, I will play with you, and we will figure things out.
But you'll be happier when you're playing alone in solo queue. I hear you. I get it. I get it. We've got game 4 on the horizon. I'm gonna recover from this betrayal, the knife pulling out of my back. But game 4 at Olympus does heal all wounds.
Pode cair aí,
It's
viu?
gonna inflict some new ones on our players, so get ready.
É bom lugar.
Hey man, don't lie to chat, okay? Don't lie to them, because you know we play games on our spare time, okay? You know I love you. All right, Olympus, we talked about it. Will we see some people opt more for Axel? I don't think people are trusting it in the EMEA region. I would say if any map, this is the map, because there's so many slopes where you can make crazy macros, where you can make crazy outplays and crazy fast plays as well. But the likes of EMEA is opting to say, hey, let's just stick to the basics. I respect it because it's always something you can count on.
Bro, you know it is bad when a region goes, here's this new crazy legend that just came out, and instead, we're gonna play Mirage. What are the Horde doing, bro? Playing Mirage. That's gonna send me. They are first, so you know you do have a little bit of wiggle room, but other teams don't have that luxury. And teams like 3 Men that have actually chosen to go through the phase driver, albeit at the cost of their Newcastle, are not gonna get away from this so lucky. Citadel with a nice timing punish on that. This is the risk of going through phase driver, is that you could find yourself between VP and Citadel's. VP, send it immediately, and Citadel are gonna follow him. We got a high-speed chase down the middle of Olympus.
Should be some playable area there, but as we saw as well, Prestis once again lighting up that kill feed. If you're a fan of Prestis, you've been enjoying today's show for sure. He's been popping off left and right entirely. However, we can't count out Citadel Gaming, currently on 13 points, are actually... They've been in game spots to where things could have happened, and that's always one of my things. You got to be able to make plays, and they've definitely been able to. Hasn't really turned out the way they wanted for them to yet, but as long as you keep getting into those positionings where you're in those end games, one of them will go your way.
One of the things that we haven't really gotten a chance to do yet is go to the mini-map, but we are not going to get to as our first strike comes through again with this deadly phase driver being the focus. SJP to shoot through there, and Babylon's is back on Mission Impossible to finally grab his teammate's banner, make a recovery, hopefully, and get a respawn. 3 Men may yet, yes, become 3 Men again.
SJP2, however, does a crazy landing right next to V.
Esse SJP2 aí, os bichos também estão tomando fumo demais. Os BR estão melhor que eles.
They're caught in between a rock and a hard place as for fun, and VP decimates them.
That was a quick end to the story. SJP2 out, unable to find a position, and it's largely because of phase driver that has allowed so many teams to rotate so quickly that there is no space in the rift anymore. Havoc Legends have started moving up on this. Will they take their phase driver? Will it cook them as well? We're about to find out, because right now everybody seems to be lining up.
This is the crazy part as well, as teams are feeling more and more comfortable in making plays, as we see catalysts come out from plenty of teams. Everybody is comfortable and they know how to play around these walls. They're so hungry and to look for KP, as Heretics is one of the teams that are looking for KP on a team right now running away.
1K exists. Does get pushed back behind cover. Still has wall available. You don't want to go down without using that crucial defensive tool if Heretics are going to continue this fight, but there seems to be enough damage dealt to them from the low ground that it is no longer advisable. Novo do a great job of defending their territory, and Heretics do get the Evo, get a little bit of extra damage, and should be able to get out. I dare say, Grace, I know we're sticking around here. I know we're staying on this shot. We got to leave. This fight is over.
Definitely over. However, on the flip side of things, in the dead center of the zone around Rift right now, zone actually ends more closer towards Mamma Mia a lot of the times, more towards that wall actually, as other teams are just poking and prodding, putting their heads out the window to say, hey, can we find something? And who else except VP is always finding KP right now. Today has been all about them finding picks, honestly.
Yeah, it is one of the things that is the balance of Apex Legends. We've got the teams that are right on the cusp of making it, who we've been holding our breath when they show up on screen every time because we don't know if they're going to live or die. And we have teams like Virtus Pro that are guaranteed to make a splash almost every game because of the way that they've been performing this split. VP have been at the top of so many EMEA tier lists, so many considerations when squads are moving around them, and that's one of the things that in this game can actually become a little bit complicated. Because we have so many teams in the same area, VP can make a big splash, but there's never been a better time for a team that nobody expects to succeed to come out the last squad standing from the Rift and make a shot at the end game.
Indeed, indeed. However, Eclipse, one of the teams we talked about earlier in the show before the matches started, one of the teams that need to do good, have been struggling today. Now, match number 4, is this the turning point? I said the zone normally ends towards this direction. They're set up kinda in a good spot
Oh,
because
so-
also you have to mind yourself, Alter is already banned as well, so no crazy volatile stuff is happening, especially with no Axel in the game. They're kind of feeling pretty good about themselves. If they can hold this down, this game could be the turning point that they need.
In this game, in match number 4, like you say, Valk already banned. Wraith could be banned next. We've got Watson still around as well, with both of those tied in picks. So one of these legends is going to leave us next game, and we'll see who it ends up being. Is taking a look at the map right now, we got a couple key things to point out. First,
A Eclipse tá lá no cantinho, tá na safe. Eclipse tá na safe. O importante é isso.
Should they have the ability to DSK, similarly Infinite.
Não sei se vai aguentar o push do Mamma Mia e do Awakened.
Or do the Horde, lest they go Turbine or move all the way out to Gardens. But Infinite, Novo, and funnily enough, DSK, all are going to have the information that this is going center rift and away from teams like Awakened, who took that more flexible position that you love.
Yeah, most definitely. I love that position from Awakened because they are in a spot to where they can fight for whichever side they want to fight realistically, or wait for a fight to unfold and then potentially 3P as well. The options are there. It just comes down to which choice they make. They definitely have the potential to get into endgame this game. However, Zone, people are opting for Zone pulling a little bit deeper, so we shall see if that happens. One of the teams, though, that we got to look at, like you said, DSK, one of the teams that were initially in okay spots, but they got pinched on match number 1, I believe. We'll have to see if they can make something happen, because if you can't win your 3v3s and you just end up running and running, eventually you get thirded, and that's just night-night.
Zipline Mafia, unfortunately, having lost excuse for right now, are going to be just the 2. And it's not a particularly comfortable place to be. No crafters immediately present, as Zipline Mafia are going to need not only to find one of those, but also get themselves to a respawn beacon. I much prefer DSK's position. Gardens and the high ground that they have looks good. It's a gatekeeping position into the rest of Rift, but they must fight Havoc Legends. These two teams are not going to simply ignore each other, and tragedy strikes for Eclipse Steve Pro. In the meantime, it's as this fight kicks off,
mais pra trás,
a lot of action happening around Olympus right now, but it's DSK that have got to find their way to success. Dan taking a 1v2, manages to make it work, and now just a 1v1 to clutch things up against Osam would be really big for him. Tries to find the finish for the shield swap, but loses 75% of his HP on the way, with Team Heretics coming up. DSK are out. Heretics inherit the fight.
What did I say, Dia, about if you fight and you don't win that 3v3, if it takes too long, the time you get thirded, Heretics comes out on top from inside, where the Gibby team tried to get out from initially. Now that you have this, Havoc Legends as well, we're there. Feeling good about this. Heretics, however, couple KP is a good start. They got this zone. They can walk down this slope. They have plenty of area to work with. We shall see.
You guys tá vindo, empurrando todo
even make
mundo.
it into the next zone, because as this zone progresses, more and more people are just going to be looking at them from safe spots, like we see the likes of these buildings down there in the pits. All of those are essentially safe now that there's no altar in play. So they're just going to be scoping things out to see if they can catch people rotating in late.
We started the day thinking about Orglis and Hungary as a team that really needed to step it up, that was on the bubble, but right now they've accrued some momentum through E-District. They've had a couple of rough ones, but this time, this game may just be the one where Orglis and Hungary are able to finish on a win. Let's take a listen in with them, see how they're feeling.
Have people trying to force, maybe.
Yeah.
Like with like flying in, trying to force coexist.
Taking the mag.
Going to jump, can you hold the other side? Something?
Yeah, I'm gonna go. Okay. I'm swapping sides, yeah.
Like if a team flies in, like a babycom
Ah,
team.
o
or
Orglis não
something,
morreu.
where are we shot from?
Nossa, foi falar, tomou um tiro.
Far.
Ganhou a primeira, perdeu as outras 3 partidas.
Yeah.
Vai perder as outras 2 partidas rapidão.
Also, Pathy teams.
Agora tá conseguindo se manter, né?
Yeah, they can step out.
I know it's a Rave team that was playing out here.
Yeah,
a Rave
that's a
DB
Brave
team.
DB.
Yeah, we need to watch Path Zips.
It's a Pathy team here. The Pathy is dying right now. Wait. I kill the Pathy here. Look. Can I fin?
Yeah, I see
99
that.
flash. 190 flash.
Trying.
Orglis and Hungary right now actually picking up kills from afar. But their setup is good, Grace. I like the way they were talking about what other teams might do.
Yeah, most definitely. They're just making sure to hold down the fort, essentially. But we did see for a brief second, the zone is shifting, like I said before, towards the western side of things, towards Mamma Mia and the likes of Awakened. They're in a good spot right now, but Orglas and Hungry are going to have to make a play sooner than later. Now we see, however, on the flip side of things, the Horde that you talked about as well, or the Mirage pick, are hunting people down from the edge. We'll see how that pans out.
The Horde might be experimenting, might be getting a little generous with the experimentation too. This one could go awry. We'll see how long they survive, as we aren't even in points territory yet. 16 squads still stand, and even Team Heretics are out of there. Nobody has the time to stick around Gravity Engine anymore. It is all about piling into Rift as soon as possible, where Heretics actually could go down. There are a lot of teams in this area looking at them, and Not Infinite about to find out as Heretics roll up on them. But for fun, approaching from the south side, are also going to try and portal in, find a little bit of safety through this cat wall, and it does not work out for them. Cinetic
Fofão foi de vala.
bitten off, and Tyler will follow real quickly
Heretics
with the portal
também.
doomed on both sides.
Tá Teus, tá Teus, tá...
Teams are bound to come in with the zone, as now we see Citadel Gaming.
Beleza, 2v2, 2v1.
Right there. Gets the reset, actually. Both teams are trying to reset, but Infinite gets eliminated.
Caraca, joga demais, tá louco.
Now CTG feeling really good about
Cadê
themselves in this corner, but they get
Infinity?
engaged on again by Babylon's walking up on them.
This has become the one fight that everybody piles in on. The catalyst, if you'll excuse the using of a Legend's name for something that is not actually talking about them.
Nossa, Eclipse.
Of
Já
this
foi,
entire
Eclipse.
south side of the zone. Everybody was forced to pile in as soon as Heretics started the fight, and Virtus Pro will be the last squad to arrive. Looks like we will be losing our final squad there as well. Novo don't have a whole lot of ways out. They will go down. We are down to 11 squads in Ring 4. We're about to cut it down a little bit further, as even those 11 squads are not safe during the next ring close. Zipline Mafia, 3 men, Citadel, Virtus Pro, Game and Gladiators, even Orglas and Hungry up on high ground are about to lose their spots.
Eclipse foi de vala, só não mostrou.
They're gonna have to
Não
be
prestei
forced to
atenção não.
walk in with this next zone, but we saw the likes of Virtus Pro picking a good spot to where they could 3P. The
Orglas tá vindo, hein? Tá vindo pra outra vitória, hein?
The eastern side right now. If they're looking to wipe that side as well, they're gonna have their backs completely cleared, or are they gonna opt to get in a little bit deeper? Nobody knows that the tunnel in the center of the zone is actually free right now. Whoever finds that literally just found a safe haven, if they do end up finding that.
Virtus Pro not going to be that team. They're focused on clearing out the edge, making sure their backs are safe. Something that is one of the methodical parts of their gameplay, one of the discipline that they bring to this game, to this match. Virtus Pro are making sure teams like 3 men behind them, Zipline Mafia, don't have a safe place to exist. But there are 2 teams with Virtus Pro, and the ring is already moving.
Pô,
We're
nosso
going to
time
have to
não
fight as
consegue
Blessed go down.
avançar de jeito nenhum.
Indeed, we go down to 9 teams. Circle 5 about to showcase, as well as VP straight in a fight right now. 3 men against VP as it comes down to Prestis, the one who has been making it happening today. Is currently repositioning to see if he can get a reset, but he gets taken out as other teams are definitely staying ready.
That discipline not really working out for them, even though I think they had the right idea. Virtus Pro couldn't clear everything, and they end up being the ones to go down. 3 men still up, Zipline Mafia still up, actually sharing space with Mamma Mia. But as you talked about, the center of Rift is where it's really at right now. Playing for tunnels, playing for little bits of cover here and there. I love the way Sampe is playing with the charge rifle, no less. Making sure that they can't easily be swung on by Game and Gladiators.
Nice movement from Sudi. Make sure to stay alive in the middle of the zone right now on the rooftop. Should somebody come up and clear him out? Or is he going to make something happen by just staying silent there and see if he can hold people off? We'll see. 3 men right now found a spot to come in from the southern side after taking out VP. Feeling really good about themselves as they are the ones who engage on everybody. Getting poked a little bit though by a drill shouldn't be too scary. Are feeling good about that. Yep.
Top 7 teams with Orglas and Hungary playing
Tadeu
a
foi de
really
vala.
fantastic game so far. They've used the charge rifle, used their range with really fantastic effectiveness, but it's time for them to become short range. You can't hold a sniper the entire game. Reese, at some point, Apex Legends becomes close range or nothing, and this is that moment. 1 second left as the zone closes. SS11 is going to find a single respawn for WeQ, and they're going to have to book it into the center of zone.
Zipline Mafia gets
Caraca,
some rest,
que
and
rest
then
foi
the
esse?
actual respawn as well, as they are back to a trio to see who they have to fight walking in, as Awaken have a free side. Zipline Mafia and Mamma Mia are forced to fight walking in with the zone unless somebody makes a fast macro play, but that shouldn't be the case. Heavener right now feeling really good on top of this building in the next zone as well, hovering everybody to see if they can scrap up a couple more KP, but they're in a good spot actually to poke people into one another.
I am seeing charge rifles, I am seeing longbows, and I'm seeing a whole lot of weapons that are not going to be effective in these fights. You have got to be swapping. It is now or never. There are death boxes. There are options. Sampe,
Orgles estão querendo, hein?
Orgles and Hungry are
Toma
out
essa
of
ult de
space,
gibão
out of
aí.
time, out of options, and shield swaps are only delaying the inevitable.
That Gibby ult did so much damage. I can't believe they're still in this for the moment. However, Zipline Mafia, the team that we saw get the reset, in a phenomenal spot for the moment with that timing to see if they can poke CJ and Missy right there behind that. If they can poke them out or force them into the other team on the other side of the wall, Orgles and Hungry, they could get a huge game.
Sentinel still finding kills. 3 men out.
Orgles só
Orgles
tem
and
um.
Hungry about to fall with the L-Star and infinite ammo, no less. This is a tragedy. Would have loved to have that option, but Orgles and Hungry don't have the luxury. Zipline Mafia get full sent on as well. Heaven or Icon are doing damage in the middle of Rift and are finally here to finish off Orgles and Hungry. Fricks does fry up one member, and Heaven or Icon will have to find the res while Game and Gladiators swing out to the outside of the Rift, cleaning up the fight and moving themselves to top 2. We have 2 squads left. Heaven or Icon gotta fight Game and Gladiators, one inside the Rift and one holding that piece of cover on the outside.
One of the teams Gaming Gladiators has been playing phenomenally today.
Ó, o Zen vai mitar de novo, com certeza.
We shall see now.
O Zen vai puxar o controle dele aí absurdo.
That always make face happen with that alternate is trying to walk up with the Q, gets that reset, gets the initial damage. Longbow is out on this way. If they can get angles, can Heavener pull this off or not?
Look, Zane! Zane's got a flank! Zane's already taken down Suki! That's it! Game and Gladiators know they have the numbers advantage, and the pincer maneuver will be completed! One member left, and no hope left!
Eu falei que o Zen ia mitar aí no final. Não adianta não, cara. Alto nível demais desses dois times aí. VP e Game Gladiators.
That initial damage with the alternator, forcing them back, enables Sane to take that flank with the Wraith, gets that initial knock, and it's just night for them. Crucial play from having those roles. This is why some characters, when you pick Wraith, let's just say if somebody picked Axel, that Wraith adds the initial security as well to where he can get a pick, get out quickly, reposition. Now it's just a 3v2, stabilize, and it's
Nosso time ficou, né? Eu nem vi os bichos. Acho que ficaram 16, 17.
That is one of those games where I sound like a crazy person because we're sitting on Lufka's perspective. He's going to half HP and I'm going, it's Zane. It's Zane right now because GG are communicating. They know it's their moment, and even Heavener know what's going on. You play this many games of Apex, you understand that the guy who's been off your screen for a half second in a 3v3, that is your next nightmare.
Orgles farmou uns pontinhos agora, né, pelo menos.
As you say, the rest of Game and Gladiators deserve
Zipline
flowers.
Mafia.
That was a really good setup, but it comes down to your fragger to make that happen. And I walk away from this game amazed that they were able to pull that 3v3 off as cleanly, as quickly as they were.
Tá difícil torcer pro King.
Not waiting for Havoc Legends to try and cook something, or rather Heavener to try and cook something up and then seeing what they could do.
You could really see that in their gameplay as Gaming Gladiators walked up. You know, you saw Lufka, you saw that longbow, you saw people are walking and taking space to make sure that we are playing the game. You guys got to react to us. They're staying proactive, and that's really how you get opportunities. When you get that crack, when you get something, Sane just walks in and the game is over. Phenomenal textbook gameplay, really, on how to break down team fights.
Yeah, I really love what they brought in, guys. Great finishing call on that one. It was fun to see Zane do his thing. That's why you pick up a player like that. Absolutely crazy, and obviously well win to Gaming Gladiators who stay on top. And let's take a look at the overall series leaderboard, because I think the conversation is less about, you know, how Gaming Gladiators are continuing to dominate, because remember, this is Group A versus B, they're doubleheader. We're looking at the teams who have dominated but have maybe shown an uptick right now where they really need it. And I think looking at a team like, you know, 3 Men, obviously they're sitting at 30 points, being 4th so far, just behind Virtus Pro. That is massive. They're well out of qualification, but a big day today. That's a strong move for them. Project Heavener as well. I mean, they're sitting in 23rd place with 25 points. But again, keeping in that top 5, it's not looking like anyone's going to catch Gaming Gladiators right now, Dia, but the potential to be up for 21 or 18 points by getting 3rd or 2nd place, that would be game-changing for these teams and keep their hopes alive for qualifying in that top 9. And that's certainly still on the table here with 2 more games to go.
Yeah, if there's a reason that we've been talking about Orgless and Hungary so much. I mean, they've really been a focus here. I'd say one of the teams that I had my eye on coming into today that I am getting nervous about as we approach these last 2 games on Olympus is Infinite. They started off really well. They started off doing even better than I had expected, and now are starting to fall off the radar a little bit more. Well, Orgless and Hungary, after winning game 1, may not have found themselves another win, but have continued to perform pretty darn well, all things considered.
Yeah, currently Graceful, they're sitting 34 points, and they're 15 points behind that 9th place 49, and that is obviously still the bottom end of where they want to be because they've got to play and then watch next weekend. So they have to get more than enough, and hopefully nobody can surpass them. Not an easy task, but again, we said they started out the best that they can, and in many ways, they're the only team that we've seen take advantage of Axel. And for the case of today, we actually haven't seen any Axels being picked up in game 4. We've moved away from this legend almost completely in EMEA. What are your thoughts now after 4 games of seeing them and a little bit on Orgless and Hungary finally getting a win with this character?
I mean, I think that EMEA is known for one of the teams to be a little bit more less about reinventing the wheel or even, like I said, pioneering legends, and they're sticking to the fundamentals, which I think is a solid game plan. You know, you've been practicing something for several months. You want to make sure you take that game plan in. But like we said as well, if it's not working, that might be the point where we see it. I am looking forward to the other regions as well to see if they are a little bit more pioneering, like I said, willing to take their bets on this new legend and new team comp to see if we can make, you know, a big splash like we saw the likes of Fitz Watson in the past with the Seer. Would be really interesting to see, but it's not shocking to me at all that people are opting for comfort picks.
Well, I think it's going to happen. I honestly think this is the legend as close to Seer as possible. I think that when you see a team run down effectively with Axel, like they kind of demonstrated on Edge in game 1, and they get 21 points, but then they do it again and again. All these zone teams start competing with each other, and those points go from 0 to maybe 2, then another game of only 3, and they're like, wow, we're really behind now. What do we do to jump up? You're going to see people start to turn their heads towards, we need a more aggressive plan. The team who's being aggressive is out in the head. And at LAN, guys, we see this happen all the time because first place wins. Sure, you get the crown. Second place wins something like $100,000 to $300,000 half the time. And it's based on points. It's not based on whether you win. And so obviously there's a lot to do with teams who can run it down and be successful. We've seen that with his Watson, and we've seen that with other players come in like, oh my God, at our open, guys, it was the team that was running everybody down. Please remind me.
You're thinking of Orchid?
No,
Orchid
no.
Tweakers.
Twerkaholics.
Yeah,
and they were a challenger circuit team. There's my segue. Yeah. And they've now, you've got a chance to be maybe the next Twerkaholics. If you found that you know how to run Axel, guys, this is your moment to make your legacy begin. You can jump into the challenger circuit. We've seen teams come in and then show up at LAN and have huge historic moments and now find a career as a professional. It could start with you. Make sure to check out the registration. It closes June 3rd for the June 6th through 8th. We just missed the window for the May 23rd to 25th, but there's always a chance to jump in and join our challenger circuit. It's truly where we've seen a lot of amazing players come from that are now currently in our league. That's a great shout out. Grace, we're going to say goodbye to you, Dia. You and I are going to have a lot of time together here in the next, so I know you got something to say, but we're going to say goodbye to Grace. Great cast, man. All right, Dia, now it's you and me heading into game 5. What was on your mind here as we see the Watson ban and we jump back into Olympus?
I was just thinking, you know, we've been talking about bubble teams so much, and when we say bubble teams, we don't mean teams running Gibraltar. We mean teams that are trying to make it up, that are technically within touching distance of a qualification point in this point, or this place, the qualification into LAN. And I was thinking about it when you were talking about Challenger Circuit, because one of the teams that I've been looking at today is Mamma Mia, And Mamma Mia also, really notably, played in Challenger Circuit. I think Black Venom, I saw him playing for about a year. Mask, I saw him playing for like 2 or 3 years. Akio's been playing for a little while. All 3 of those players have also come out of the Challenger Circuit. Stay Healthy have done their time in the Challenger Circuit. And all of these players that are now just what you'd consider part of the regular Pro League. I mean, Mamma Mia have made their impact. Stay Healthy are a team that is going to be in the conversation when you start talking about competitors, people who are qualifying for LAN, and they are teams that were in the Challenger Circuit up to less than a calendar year ago. So it really is, like, the line is so thin between Challenger Circuit and Pro League, especially when you're able to get into finals lobbies.
It's a great point to make, and for everyone who's wondering how do I get there, well, not only CCE shout outs that we've had at halftime, but also just the Challenger Circuit. There's a lot of this ecosystem that is clearly underdeveloped because it doesn't have the initial funding. But once these people take initiative, and you see people like Ivan, you see people creating these institutions that allow people to go from one step to the next easier, well, it's one of the biggest opportunities, not just to obviously take on if you have the entrepreneurial spirit, but to participate in, because it gives people who would never have that chance a chance. I love what Mark said too, Dia. There's people who just want to play because they've never gotten themselves casted before. They've never had anyone say something about them and how they're playing. That clip is something they'll show. I mean, we've seen Vicky Kitty in her clips. I mean, you know how far those go. I mean, this is a clip you'll show to everybody at any party all the time when you talk about Apex. And I feel like that is maybe just worth it too. So, you know, the infrastructure of Apex, I love seeing it being built and really cultivated by our community, who's still going very, very strong after 6 years.
And I gotta say, I mean, half the reason that I'm considering playing in CC is because I want to hear my name said with a Scottish accent. That's what I want.
I know, right? That accent was great.
I mean, I want to make a good play. I'm not going to, but if I make any play that makes them say my name, I'm winning. Like, it's, you know, we're good.
You just got to wonder, you know, because I know about Ireland. I mean, if they don't like something, you can hear a whole different type of language being used right there. I don't know if Scotland's the same, but either way, you're going to get a clip. Let's put it that way, whether Mark likes you or not. Heading into Game 5, Dia, we are seeing, again, the elimination of Axel. I'm going to jump out on a limb, and I'm going to say something that, as a competitor, I see in EMEA. I don't like this, personally, because I think that this is ignoring the reality, which is Axel is going to be a big part of a global stage LAN. I think she's going to be a big part of other regions' game plans. And EMEA, not just one team, not just like 19 teams not playing Axel, to me, is almost like one of those gentlemen's agreements we had before drop spots, where everyone's like, you know, let's just not push, you know, too far. This is our last couple of days. Let's just keep it simple. I know the game changed. I know this changed. But let's not jump into that. And to me, that's not how I would approach it, because I feel like there's a lot that you lose by not having this as a real experience. Sure, you risk something as well, and I think that's what they're trying to mitigate, D, and I can't blame a pro player for mitigating risk, but I can also say that it's not what I don't like it necessarily personally, and, you know, I would love to see more teams utilizing this character, because I feel like we're going to see it in Americas, I feel like we're going to see it in APAC North, I feel like we're going to see it all over, and you're going to have to get there eventually. So delaying the inevitable, to me, feels like I don't really know who that's good for.
Yeah, I mean, it's not even that far. Like, we're most of the way through this season. We're already talking about teams that might not make it, that might have to fight for relegation. We're going to playoffs soon. You're going to be playing for serious money. And the difference between teams that have played Axel, that are comfortable with that legend, that are comfortable abusing the squads who have not, is going to be pretty noticeable, especially in the first stages of competition. You've, of course, got time to grow. We're not saying that time doesn't exist. And Randy, if I can argue the other side of this, I can definitely see the benefit of going, well, we're not ready yet.
Sure.
We're going to take the next couple weeks of scrims, because right now it's important, as actually you've been saying during the course of the day, to play comfortable. But in the large scale of things, I agree. You got to be a little more like heretics here. You've got to be picking up Axel and trying to make things work, because she does bring incredible value. I'd say the world, every competitor, even those that aren't running her right now, would agree. Axel's a bit overtuned, and you better be abusing it.
Yeah, I mean, it just reminds. There's so many things I can say in the real world where, you know, there's there's groups that you know, in different ways just say, yeah, we're not going to do that. We're not going to, you know, participate in that. And honestly, you know, you can have that last for a little bit, but it's hard if things start shifting one way. And, you know, to me, Axel does not feel like a character that's going to go away. However, we haven't seen any major adjustments to the character. There is still time for that. Maybe this does ride out, playing devil's advocate, to where Axel loses some strength, maybe gets a nerf, and then isn't that relevant coming into lane. So many unknowns. However, EMEA doing a very interesting gentleman's handshake here. Pretty much nobody picking up the Axel, and so we're getting a lot of traditional comps here. But speaking of atypical, the Horde's always been a team. Hardeki and squad, 9 Impulse, Kazakh to give us something a little special. And they've got Bangalore Mirage playing as well. And this time, SJP2, the team we know needs to get some kills. Not so sneaky with their attack. Denze and Maggie very upfront with the Seer alongside him and sneaky. But yep, they're just going to probably take a little bit more of a risk than they would need to because they know the points are needed. Not sure how this fight will go for them, but they're certainly going to engage in it because they've got to do something, and they've got to do it quick.
SJP2, another interesting callback to what we talked about in the pre-show, Challenger Circuit. I mean, I remember this squad back when they were in CC, and it's funny how that sort of gameplay even has them now. Looking at the way that SJP2 just played that fight, they are hoping a team doesn't know how to defend. They are hoping to abuse a squad that isn't set up yet, and this is Pro League. The team is ready to defend, and now SJP2 have found themselves without a real spot to play, with a couple teams portaling on them, everybody looking directly at them, and honestly in a lot of trouble. SJP2 have taken a fight that is no good.
And this is obviously a team in a structure, you know, a difficult position just where they are in the structure of the league right now. Just so low. They need a win for this league. They need another win in the next match day. And that's probably not even going to get them, honestly, if we're being honest. It's probably not going to be enough to qualify either because of the teams that are so close to that point threshold already that are going to be able to play again. So it's just so tough for SJP2. But, you know, they're playing their best. They're doing what they can. You got to give them credit where credit is due. And, you know, don't go out without a fight. That is for sure. On the side of Havoc Legends, though, OSAM, they've been involved in a lot of things, and I think they've been a pretty decent team today, Dia. But, you know, honestly, what are your thoughts on them so far?
Yeah, Havoc Legends, I'd say much like SJP2, have suffered from needing to grow up a lot in a short span of time, and neither of those teams have quite been equal to the task. But when I say that, I don't want it to come across as me being rude to our players. Like, this is reality. Apex Legends is really hard. This split maybe hasn't been their split. But if they're able to stick around, if they're able to make it through the requalifications along with SJP2, as is likely, to move into the Pro League again, I could see these players aging well, and it is a really, you know, fantastic, interesting experiment, right? Yeah. This is our first full Arabic-speaking team that we've got in EMEA. That's fantastic. I'm excited to see that. I remember going crazy over our first all-Italian-speaking roster. Like, having this amount of diversity in Apex is great. When we talk about the performance, though, it's been underwhelming.
Something to improve on. And you always need something to improve. Even the best teams are looking for something to improve. They may be narrowing down on the smaller things, but some of these big things too means anywhere that you kind of go in that direction, you're going to see market improvement. And just staying in Pro League for some of these teams is the goal. It's just staying in, getting experience, especially if you're new. Guys like Synetic, Nags, and Tyler have been here for a while, clearly world-class level players. Their goal is to win now. Try to find the right roster to win. And it's looking like an opportunity, 53 to the dome with the Hemlock, but Synetic's going to take just as much or more back. Jumps into the portal, really good recognition of that. Half second later, he would have been dead, but we'll stay alive for now. Still 20 squads here in this lobby.
You know, Rain, you talked about this Synetic and being on the hunt for a successful roster. I feel like he has had access to so many amazing pieces since his run on Made in Heaven.
Hello, your name is
Synetic's
Beleza.
had a lot of opportunities to succeed. Hasn't actually managed to top the league.
Welcome again. No. How we are gonna play later?
How do you do that?
19
where do you recover? When do you stop changing things? Or
for
where do you find the
you
right changes as a player?
is
Well, I think it comes from your internal drive being reset somehow. I think when you get
7
a lot
o'clock
of complete
PM.
success, it's very easy for
America's
the next thing you do to just
Loves.
be compared to that, and you to kind of already feel comfortable in what you're doing. And I think that's the first step. But then, when, as any person, you know, you reach one level, there's the next level unlocks, and he realizes that being comfortable kind of pushes him back. Really, to succeed in a league like this, you have to be pushing yourself forward. And while Synetic had that one season, it got clear that things became stale. And I think this resurgence with Tyler is exactly what this squad needed. And it's not like, you know, you trade out Zane and Tyler and one player's bad, one player's good. They're both good, as Hardeki's running away, another amazing fragger. They're both great, but just the influx of the new identity, the new squad, maybe the new person to coach, the new personality to deal with in comms, to assist with Synetic's thought process. Sometimes it just opens up that switch, increases that opportunity to go, okay, here's our next zone. And I don't mean that literally. I mean the next zone of play that we can achieve.
You're welcome, bro.
And so far, I think so good. You know, we're keeping a close eye on them because I think they are a great story. And they're a developing roster who's showing more potential than they have after kind of having a little bit of a slump.
And I know you didn't mean it this way, but we've seen a couple teams that have been whittled down pretty significantly. And while they're struggling, while teams like Awakened are maybe not having the best time, while Horde are having to reset, we've also got to talk about the next zone, because we are going basically straight towards Summers. If I'm looking at this ring as it's shown so far, yeah, we've got a lot of action in Solar Array, but if I'm these teams, I'm betting that we're going Summers, and we are about to see on the next ring pop a very specific divide between teams that have predicted this correctly, again, in my opinion, likely going Summers University, and the teams that have predicted it incorrectly, who have chosen, again, in my opinion, Solar Array. I could be wrong. Maybe it's the other way around.
Now, here's my big question. Sommers or Summers?
Ooh. I would definitely go Summers University. Because
are you saying Summers? Is it? Are you actually saying
Summers University? I'm saying Summers. Yeah.
It's sounding like Summers though. Okay. It's because your Summers is sounding like Summers, and I'm just thinking, wow, what a great what a great place, like Summers. Like that just sounds like a. Are you going to Summers, dude? That sounds like a cool, hip, like, you know, bar out on the town, or, you know, lounge or something. You hitting Summers later? Oh yeah, I'll be there. I mean, hey, I love it. But Summers.
But does Summers sound worse?
Summers sounds a little
Os
bit,
caras estão discutindo entre o nome Summers e o
more of a serious zone. I started thinking Summers, you know, somber, start, you know, slowing down a little bit, more intellectual. I think it's an important distinction. I'm glad the fans know.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you gotta whip out the awe sometimes. You know, my choir teacher would have my head if she.
Listen, I'm surprised you didn't say Summers, you know, because you got the Spanish. You're in Spain. Yes. Living in Spain. I mean, that's your personality now, right? That's what we've decided on broadcast.
For those of you who don't know, well, that's we'll talk about it soon. Yeah.
And now we make fun of him like that's his whole personality, which it's not, but you know, sometimes it is.
But it could be.
It could be.
I need one. For right now, I was going to touch real quickly on the teams that were making their way in, but we'll have to talk about the teams that are on their way out, because Awakened, unfortunately, not in Spain. Actually, yeah, they're not in Spain. I know that for a fact. I know that they're not Spanish. We've only got 2 Spanish players in the league.
Dia's only going to cast the teams that are adjacent in Spain, by the way. If your country isn't touching Spain, Dia will not cast you, so I'll have to pick up on the mic here. Talking about friction, Seer and Maggie, they're a duo that is, you know, gone together like peanut butter and jelly this split. It's been so nice to see Seer back. It's not amazing when Seer...
com certeza o Gabe vai estar banido na última partida. Com toda certeza.
Dia, it's so fun and so electric. You're seeing Catalyst also come back as a resurgence with this duo to make a really impactful trio. You see it there with the Dark Veil and another kill. Havoc Legends being immediately eliminated there, put in a bad spot. But I like this aggressive combo as well. I mean, this is certainly a game 4, 5, 6 that we're seeing this, and in game 5 it makes a lot of sense that people are bringing this out. But the Catalyst really relatively unchanged, just showing how quality of a legend that is. When options get lower or shifted, she could still do the job.
Big part of the bloodshed that you're seeing right now is Eclipse Neve Pro will fall. We hit 15 squads in Zone 4 because of this prediction. The Horde go down 3 men are going to send it on to Venom, who is 1 HP, and force a Gibby bubble as well. They should be able to finish this fight even through the Thunderdome, but Tycho, low, can't actually tank that damage anymore. Has to take a reset himself, healing behind the box. 3 men should win this fight, and Mamma Mia will go down. A Catalyst wall to let Zipline Mafia move forward could mean that this is the kills they need, but we've got Sheila walls. Surely 3 men outlast, but with Tycho going down, Babylon hits the headshot of his career. Manages to fry WeQ, but no! WeQ survives on 1 HP. Orglist hungry, and 3 men will fall.
Babylon's almost sent us back to the bliss of the gardens there, finding a kill in almost a second, but it just was not enough. Certainly would have been a wonder of the world if he could have made that play happen. Taskmaster going down and getting picked back up again. Synetic not letting Virtus Pro reset, and this is going to be for fun, finishing off Virtus Pro. There's no way they get out of this, right? Certainly going to take that Wraith portal. They're going to go back in, and for fun, don't need to risk the port there. They will just kind of go run towards that direction. They know that Virtus Pro is behind them, and it should be a slow, methodical press here. Synetic not trying to risk too much. And this is an interesting call. This is interesting, Dia, because you see an obvious opportunity to push a team that's been weakened, that has a player that's down. Synetic doesn't want to risk that, and they are at the edge of zone. Maybe just concerned that another team could get close enough to do it. There's no Axles in the lobby. They're not worried about that.
So I'm so confused. Did they not have Portal in EMEA? Did they run out of Portal after taking it? Because like VP could have taken it back. I don't know. For fun, do lose Synetic on the perhaps overchase of VP, but they've got to get into zone either way. A catwall at them, and a nice hipfire shot off of Tyler could save them, but you can't cook through the Gibby bubble. And into the Wraith portal we will go. For fun esports trying to make it out. Synetic's got to place the exit for them, and he will. Out they go. And now turning things around again onto Zipline Mafia, who hold the high ground. For fun, are not out of the woods. They do have a new castle wall to save them for a moment, but Zipline Mafia seem to have the angles with SS11. It is just Tyler around, but Synetic and Nag start moving in, pincering, reversing this on Zipline Mafia. Uno is a deadly game, but Apex is deadlier. That Citadel will fall, and For Fun are on the verge of eliminating Zipline Mafia.
That was a ridiculous, I mean, if we're in Uno terms, reverse Uno. They set up that portal, got out with just a sliver of health for Synetic, and somehow found a way to get the entire team back up. Sliver of health for Tyler. Nags was back up. Synetic, a beautiful timed ultimate portal, and utilizing the new perk, allowing that Wraith Dome, when you are standing in it on one side of the portal, before the portal is closed, to be completely invulnerable. And that allowed Tyler to stay alive, take that portal, and then reset and actually find a kill onto another squad. Still surprised that they let Virtus Pro live, though. Virtus Pro now finally eliminated. Maybe, you know, it played out correctly, but I still feel like maybe a bit more aggression on the side of Synetic and squad earlier on would have made that a lot easier of a transition. But For Fun Esports, you can't complain. They got the job done.
5 squads left. For Fun want to make it 1, as they finally got the opportunity to finish off Zipline Mafia if Synetic can survive. Just excuse in here, and finally they will go out. This has attracted some attention from Team Heretics, who were throwing in damage on Synetic. For Fun get to reset inside the building. Now, not enough utility on Heretics to actually full siege this, leaving us with 4 squads left. Elite, Heretics, Infinite, and For Fun. With Elite needing to make their way into zone, Heretics and Infinite are fighting. This could be the perfect time for a third party.
It absolutely could be. Our Axel team that we mentioned, the one in the lobby, has made it all the way to top 4. So we get to see Axel in this end game. What can Jans do with it? On the other side of one wall, you got Elite and you've got For Fun fighting each other. This is pretty isolated. It's essentially like a big catalyst wall that isn't, you know, dark and squiggly, separating these two teams. And I think that actually allows for some cleaner play. They know exactly what they need to handle. And Team Heretics and Infinite maybe in a better position, because the zone is going to move towards them a little bit here and force Elite and For Fun out into space. So who can stay in the longest? That's going to be the question.
Telling decision here. Tyler held on to the Kraber with 1 bullet in it.
Ooh.
That's a prayer. That is...
Well, he hit that.
That is not a late game investment. That is maybe we win if I hit this 1 shot. We got to keep our eyes on Tyler and what he's able to cook up with this. Heretics, though, definitely the most options. This is my theory on Axel, is that she's much better in late game. She seems like an early game legend, somebody who should be able to move you around the map, and yes, she can. But in the late game, I think this is where we see Axel win, and I would bet that Heretics win this game off of Axel alone. We'll see.
I mean, when you look at Kickstart, man, that ultimate is great. If you get hit by that and there's a lot of things flying around, he's going to do it right here. A good player's going to kill you, like, instantly. Like, you're going to one-clip this player that's up in the air vulnerable like that. Obviously, the ult goes through, gets so many different things that kind of stop it, but Jans, with the wingman's going to hit one, get hit two, and it should be Bushi going down very, very soon. Yakuin and Kizaron fall. Heretics just don't want to take too much damage. Luckily, because of the separation, no one is pushed yet. For Fun Esports maybe just made their move on the other side of the wall, waiting for this fight to end. I cannot believe this has not ended yet. It's like Oppenheimer. It's 3 hours long. What's going on with this fight?
Infinite finally go down. If I'm then, this is ridiculous. Nobody else third-party this. The fight went on for so long and nobody touched us, and now Heretics get to reset. Heretics, who, if I may remind you, have Axel. As long as Heretics can force Elite and For Fun to fight, they're going to win this game, and they should be able to do it.
And they got cover, they got walls. That ultimate's going to be up 2 for Jans. I really want to see this have an impact because 2 teams fighting each other, that is going to be the perfect distraction for somebody to get hit when blown up into the air with that Axel ultimate. I cannot wait to see if he can pull it off. There it is For Fun. They're almost down. They've got to move in. There it is. There's the ultimate as well. It actually chased Synetic all to the other side. I don't know if that was a portal or something. I'm not sure if it hit, but he literally went to the other side of the map, Dia, and now it's just 3 squads left. For Fun still with 2 alive, and it's Heretics and EU as a full 3.
These walls, not really great cover, to be honest. And as the Gibby bubbles drop, it is just a firefight out in the open. Heretics finally get their bubble back, but Jans will go down. Elanzi has to reset. Still 3 squads, and so everybody's got to back off. Thunderdome is going to go down. Elanzi's got to get the heck out of dodge. Runs right into For Fun, and it'll be Elite EU that deal the lobby a +4
Elite
and
EU.
take game 5.
What a play, man. This is crazy to see how that played out. Some incredible just survival tactics from For Fun Esports, but Elite EU kinda yelling at the screen. I see you kinda. Henchman and Light as well doing their thing. This is a great team, so much potential. Sitting in 6th right now in the league. They take the win in match 5. That's going to push them even farther up the leaderboards if those standings reflect how well they play just there, and they certainly will in just a moment. Dia, great in game. I love seeing Axel in the mix there. Didn't quite work out for Jans, but they definitely got into that top 3 zone.
Yeah, I was hoping. I thought, and I will say continue to think, that Axel in the end game is pretty busted, but it is Elite EU that find the win with some really good positioning. For Fun, bit of an awkward read on the fight. Wanted to third-party Heretics at Infinite, couldn't quite do it in time, and that left them in an awkward spot. It left Heretics in an awkward spot, and it left Elite in the best position.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, you know, it seemed like a bit of hesitation, and I feel like they got caught in, because just my thoughts have been so much on For Fun Esports and Synetic and Tyler and Nags. There was the moment that they got caught. Do we push Virtus Pro? And Virtus Pro stayed alive. It put them in a bad
Eclipse
spot.
ficou em 18º.
Miracle
De novo.
with that Wraith portal just to survive, and they somehow reset and got a kill on a squad wipe on the other end of a portal as Zone was chasing them. In the same situation, do we go? Do we stay? Caught in the middle doesn't work out for them. I wonder if that's just something to look at for Fun, being more decisive, seeing what happens either way, but being more decisive in these moments, allowing trust to go into the hands of Nags and Tyler to get the job done in those fights. Because certainly once you see 1 or 2 downs, I feel like For Fun can definitely take on a beleaguered team or a team with only 1 player and come out on top with 3 full players of that quality.
And in the series so far, For Fun have done pretty well. They've both moved themselves up to top 3. But for teams like Elite EU, man, that game meant so much.
It's exciting to see. I love the way that we're talking about all these different stories and more stories to unfold here. Remember, doubleheader for Group A this weekend. The first day
Agora sim, agora sobrou
about to culminate
a
for
Excel,
EMEA
né?
here in the next match. So do not go anywhere. We've got some fun right around the corner. Sony InZone, the official audio and monitor partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Red Bull gives you wings.
In every fight comes a moment where you either run from the fire or run through it. You will find me on the other side. Rise to the podium or from the ashes tomorrow. Gebt Vollgas! I'll push, you punish.
In the end, everything dies.
Agreed.
Not today, kapatid. You've got people depending on you.
Failure is an opportunity if you use it.
I love the hunt, no matter the game.
Time to rise and shine. Thanks. Gotcha.
You are not built for this.
I'm even better face to face.
9. Your moment came. You are not ready.
Welcome back to the Apex Legends Global Series as we are opening our back-to-back weekend of games. The final round robin is here, and today, Graceful, is the first day of a very long weekend for Group A with our matchup of A and B. We're coming into our final game. It's already been a long day. It's going to be, like I said, a longer weekend for Group A, and we have got teams that are crushing this lobby, and we have got teams that are being crushed by it.
That's really, you know, the nature of the game sometimes is where if you have the double whammy on the same weekend, it could be incredibly good if you have momentum or incredibly bad if you have a bad first day. You know, Zipline Mafia, one of the teams that sticks out to me as one of the teams on the cusp of potentially getting relegated even, whereas you have other teams absolutely dominating, as we see on this leaderboard. VP, Prestige, Taskmaster, Osus, top 3, well, 3 out of the 4 top slots for kills have been absolutely popping off. Prestige specifically have impressed me really much today, as we've seen him casually 1v3, we've seen him entry 2 kills, we've seen him re-swing or refrag properly. He's done everything from a perspective of helping out the team.
Yeah, Prestige seemed honestly extremely chilled. I didn't get to talk to him because I don't speak anything that comes from Eastern Europe. I don't know. I can't understand it. He speaks really good Russian. I speak English. That's where we are. But when I was texting with him and translating things to Russian, I was asking him about their approach to this weekend, about what he thought would be strong, about how the meta was shaking up, and to be honest, Prestige seemed like the most relaxed guy in the world. VP have been on top of the league so far. They have been on top of the league today. They have changed almost nothing, and this has looked like another day at the office for them, Grace. We're not seeing this team change up a lot. We're not seeing them do anything crazy fancy. They are just playing good Apex Legends, the style that they've always known, and using their experience and leveraging it against the rest of the lobby.
I mean, definitely. And I think one of the things we can attribute to that as well is the fact that even though we're in a new season, as you can see with the bans, it's very standard. Crypto Alter, the first two to go, is very common, leading into later on with that Valkyrie as well, with the Watson, with the Newcastle. When you have all of these standard picks and the game plays out the same way you have been practicing for a long time, the same results will come up, and VP being up at the top is nothing too shocking. However, I will say though, remainder right here, series results for the day, the teams that we really have to look for are the team on the cusp of either making it into that top 20 potentially for the finals, or if you're just trying to survive in the Pro League, or if you're getting relegated. One of the teams that immediately stuck out
O
there
time
was one of the
nosso,
teams we have
o
been
time
talking
com o
about
nosso
today, as we said,
BRzinho tá com 8
SCP2.
pontos só.
I would like to say we've
Tá
been cheering
louco,
for
enquanto
them.
tem time com
They didn't really get the
60.
ball rolling outside of those 2 KP. But at this point,
Desnível.
the next day you have, you
Ó, já
gotta
começou
absolutely
a...
smash it.
And the thing is, like, I if you listened and like in the way that we were talking about SJP2 last game, it's possible to hear that this team is not ready to do well, and that's kind of where I'm at right now. Is that this squad is talented, but not quite in the place where they understand how to win against these lobbies. I'm not hoping that the SJP2 playstyle works out. I'm hoping that they change it. I'm hoping that they read that, if not now, if not in time to avoid relegation, at least in time to make it back up to Pro League and try again. Because there is a fundamental misunderstanding between the way the SJP2 are playing the game and the styles that we are seeing succeed at the highest level of Pro League for teams like Virtus Pro.
Yeah, most definitely. However, looking at the zone now, a little bit of a difference. No longer Rift, no longer Summers. Now we're going straight into Hydroponics, or actually could be pulling up a little bit more towards the northern side of that, actually towards Dock even. One of these zones here in this area is really, very polished in playing. However, one thing we do see a little bit more, we actually see a couple more axles coming out in match number 6. We haven't really seen that throughout the day. Are people just throwing a haymaker, or are they at the point where, hey, everything we're comfortable with playing just got banned, let's whip it out. The haymaker is coming out, let's see if we can make a big splash, because these teams on the bottom side of the top 10, the bottom 10 need to make a huge game.
We've also got a Sparrow and a Mirage, so take that for what you will. Game 6 gives us some different looks at the game of Apex Legends.
Sparrow and Mirage.
Moving all the way down to Hydroponics, though, does give us a lot of space to coexist in for teams that choose to rotate here early. Teams like 3 Men, one of the squads that's actually doing very well today, currently sitting around 5th place, but in 20th overall in the Pro League leaderboards. Need to perform quite well. And actually, as I'm thinking about it, looking at what Gaming Gladiators are running, you can run long range when we go Hydroponics. You can do that. It's not bad.
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy to see a little bit of more love towards the snipers of this game. I feel like we've had a meta, and even now, especially with the Hemlock, but historically, where you don't really need snipers, you tend to play either marksmen or even sometimes ARs to fill that long range. Very happy to see the likes of Longbow getting picked up, because I know there's plenty of us sniper enjoyers out there.
It's difficult to make the snipers balanced as well. You're either getting one shot from like ages away, or you're playing a game that does, as we said in Game 5, become inherently quite close range. Something that Nova are experiencing right now, as our singular Sparrow in the lobby is in trouble.
Oh. Do get to reset for a brief moment in those staircases. If they just get to double swing, whatever, they even get there. Do they get reset? No, they don't. Actually, another team pulls up as well with that PK strafe. Looking through the staircase, hits a 66. Can he get that down? No, he's getting burned. Absolutely pinched for the moment. They're all eating too much damage. The people in the stairs are just screaming, leave us alone, as Blessed is looking to clean up whatever they can.
And they should be able to. Virtus Pro actually eliminated in 20th is a devastating blow to deal to the top of the lobby. See how far that ends up going. Who can perhaps take their spot near the top of the leaderboard is Blessed. We're on a frantic journey to get out of Dodge. Dockyard, not the place you want to be stuck in a multi-team fight.
One actually got fully thirsted right there, and they're going to get the reset as we see right there. Respawn coming in. Novo gets that respawn as well. Zipline Mafia, however, sitting very comfortably here for the moment now, seeing if they're gonna have to make a play sooner than later, but feeling happy as they're just scouting out where every team is rotating.
With SJP2 now gone, their season looks to be finishing the way that it has been this entire time. They've got one more match day ahead of them, but this one, not going to be their favorite. Team Heretics taking the high ground away right now. Have got a nice position around this corner of the map to play aggressively, but they don't have to get too aggressive. That's the craziest thing about Game 6 is that you're seeing what pressure does to a lot of these teams, and for some of them it's working out, for some of them it really isn't.
Yeah, and that's the thing now, though. If you haven't played aggressively so far, like at some point you just have to pull the trigger on it because you need that KP. They're sitting on 11th currently with 27 points. That's not really enough for them to make that huge splash. Like, they are currently sitting on 60 points overall, which is really good, but they want to make sure to cement themselves, you know, because the leaderboard can shift really quickly. When you never want to get to the point where you're like, we're relying on other teams to play specifically for us to make it through. We want to make sure that we made it happen, and the rest of the lobby has to adapt.
Grace, give me a second. Let's preview what's going on in this game. Point out some of the spots that you'd like to see people play that you think are particularly powerful in hydroponics. Of course, when we get back from watching Team Heretics be wiped off the map.
I mean, definitely, when we see that for sure, I will point it out now. Blessed, however, one of the teams that repositioned outwards, also get a couple of KP coming back in. And that's the thing, the discipline to understand when, hey, we shouldn't put ourselves at a risk for a pinch. Let's reposition and re-engage for a straight 3v3, and that's how it happens. And as we see here, for fun, one of the good examples of being an adaptable spot, because one, the zones actually could end around them, but two, they could actually, yeah, right there, where For Fun is actually playing. Regardless of where it pulls, they have options to fight for sides and even 3P, because other teams are forced to make plays before them. The Horde, however, you can say is feeling very comfortable, but if it pulls way too far off of them, now they're in a split scenario where they have to rotate on each side, and there's so many layers here to play, right? You have the top, you have the in-between, and then you have several buildings. And when you're the first to have to move and there's several spots ahead of you, now it becomes a lot harder for that micro movement, and you're kind of hoping to 3P a specific side. On the flip side of things, far east here, Elite EU though, in the zone, as we see the traditional edge play, making sure that they clear their bags and take straight 3v3s, and that's very,
o Game Gladiators tá aí, provavelmente vai ser. Mas tá na posição horrível aí.
You know, in theory,
Mas vai poder rotar com a
You're
Wraith.
thinking about Elite EU. I was also looking at that map and noticing that towards the south end of Phase Driver, we've got Havoc Legends, we've got
Segura primeiro, mano.
We've got Elite EU starting to make their way in. We've got Game and Gladiators even here trying to portal out. There's a lot of traffic that you can run into on your way in, and clean 3v3s can become not so clean. So I'm not sure about the sort of edge play style being the safest, because in this game, to me, Graceful, it looks real risky.
It's definitely like it's all about timing and scouting ahead, right? If you get caught, like you want to make sure you have time, like enough time to take that 3v3, because if it's too late, somebody's probably gonna end up 3ping you or coming on the same side as you. And if it's way too early, well, then people are just like, nothing is happening, so they might as well look at you, right? So you have to find that perfect timing. However, Awaken finds something on the flip side of things, not on the east side, but on the northern side. Get to pick out Ekio right there. CJ feeling very good about that.
Yeah, he gets a little greedy with the phase timing, but the fact that he's down actually means that Black Venom can craft him. Black Venom was over by Carrier, taking the balloon. We checked in with him for a second. And maybe over by Oasis, you'll be able to find a crafter, some sort of respawn for the rest of Mamma Mia, who are not out yet. However, this side of the ring, this, what is this, eastern side, ends up being just as risky as we imagined. With Game and Gladiators perhaps going down, Zane's already used his phase and will just expire, leaving his team high and
Game and Gladiators também tá fora.
And Game and Gladiators go out. Our team in first and second have been eliminated before we're even into the top 10, Grace. These standings can be mixed up.
Can definitely get mixed up. I think they moved a little bit too early. There's no reason for them to move when they're actually in for a lot longer time. If they actually manage to hold out their backs, they
também acho, não precisava ter se movido agora não.
Severely punished by it, as more teams were thinking of the same things. Havoc Legends was one of the teams that ran into Elite, I believe, and now they're trying to struggle as he comes down to one person as Elite takes down, or he's looking to fight another team on the edge as everybody is collapsing from the same side, which is the eastern side right now.
Never gets easier, but for Citadel, things could get very fun. They're going to go into the portal not knowing what is on the other side of it. When I say fun, for fun are on the other side of this. We'll see whether they end up fighting, as Citadel actually have a pretty safe spawn and instantly portal themselves. So again, playing most of this game in the void right now.
That's such a clutch play. It's like you come out and you're normally vulnerable. But when you have a Wraith into that calculation, you're no longer vulnerable. Hey guys, stand in my TP. I'm gonna get us to a safe spot. So many places to drop, whether that be underneath that small little tunnel, whether that be in the buildings. They get a good positioning out of that rift. Really good play from them.
I like that Colibri's trying to follow this portal. It is punishable, but it seems like Havoc Legends know
Oh,
that.
estamos vivos ainda.
Just to try and survive for a little while longer. The Zipline Mafia trying to
10
make their
pontos.
way in. Are burning down to zone as we speak, but still have a ways up this leaderboard that they can climb should they survive. 32 seconds left, and look what's right ahead of them. A chance to scan the ring console, get a little bit more information than anyone else is going to have.
Indeed, they have that info just about now. Let's see if they can point out the team that's behind them in the zone as well. This is one of those things where, like, this zone you can easily out-heal, as we saw as well, even with ranges. Even the next zone, you can pop medis if it's after a certain amount of ticks. You just need to make sure that you're able to get that rotate on timing and hopefully not get scouted while you're walking in, slowly healing, because that's when you really do get taken out. It's going to be tough because there's at least 4 teams coming in from the northern side of things where things are going to get collapsed on, but for Fun Esports, been sitting there for the longest of times, are gonna have a field day if fight breaks out.
Hoje aí, os bichos estão fazendo arroz com feijão muito bem, arroz com feijão, você tá louco.
Waiting room for their next match day. We've got 12 teams left.
Fazendo as pontinhas aqui, pontinha ali, uma killzinha aqui, uma killzinha ali.
For the game to come to them. Not been a part of a lot of eliminations so far. As they started off hydroponics and are
Já tem mais um final de semana.
for the rest of the lobby, for the rest of the chaos to become their problem. Orglis and Hungary, it's their problem right now. And even making their way out of zone seems like a tall order. They get fried up for lunch. Orglis and Hungary are out, and Blessed on the low ground have got to fight Citadel for their way in. Now, nice swing by Sanya to almost take down Zuni, and the frag does it for him. Blessed are playing this fantastically, and a nade into the bubble as well is perfectly placed. Sanya really knows what he's doing with these frags.
The crazy part is Citadel Gaming tries to take the TP back, and Zipline Mafia set up in that building. It's now also have a spot, actually. Blessed managed to take Citadel Gaming out with the help of Zipline Mafia. Both have a playable area right now, but the zone is actually pulling away, like we said it right now. For Fun has been sitting here for a while. What are they going to do? Are they going to take fights, or are they going to try to rotate ahead and hold teams out? Let's have a listen in with For Fun Esports to see what their plan is.
I'm on the TP. Right here.
Did it come to you or what?
No, just play high. Yeah, play high. Get to the building. The buildings are free.
Okay. Put the wood in then.
We're in it.
Wait, I'm gonna give you one more, okay? One more to play for.
Tão bem demais, hein, Forfã? Forfã também estão vindo big, hein?
Bomb in my wall. Hit it.
I'm with you.
I'm hold it.
Chill. No walls now. No walls right now.
Oh, I took the wrong
Get a safety wall.
perk.
Shit.
I don't have triple ult.
Yeah,
fine,
just get a
it's
safety
fine.
wall. Make sure you have a
Listen,
safety
that's-
wall, because if you get
it's not
fucked,
right.
like you have to, I don't know, survive.
We're fine. As long as they don't fight us, we're good. Can we
There's a
peek
team
on
on this
this?
side.
For Fun managed to get God Spot actually with that repositioning. They're feeling really good about themselves now, as other teams are forced into locations where they're not really that safe. Zipline Mafia is on that cusp, but they're not actually in that zone, I believe. They might have a small corner
Cacheira, o
potentially,
Kingão.
but For Fun Esports controlling such
Olha
a
ali,
good
ó,
zone
já
right
estão
now.
top
The
9
Horde
já.
was initially on top, controlling everything,
Quem
but
sabe
other
leva
teams
essa aí
are
e dá
starting to move in
um...
for those same locations. The Horde is currently competing with, I believe, Infinite on that other building right now. Everybody's going to look to see where the zone is going to pull in 20 seconds, and that will be crucial to see who's going to be forced to take a fight on which team.
Now, I'd like to highlight this quick before it goes away. Eclipse Neve Pro are still in this game, and Eclipse Neve Pro need points. They have had a terrible day. They are close to not even making it into regional finals. A win here, even a top 3, could solve a lot of problems for Eclipse, who otherwise might be facing down, missing out on playoffs.
As we say that as well, I believe that we're getting poked a little bit underneath that bridge, but they are in a phenomenal spot as right now one of the teams gets super punished. Actually, For Fun is looking to punish a team taking the other building right now, and they also get punished. It comes down to a 1v1 trade. If they can clear this out, they're going to be in a good spot. But as you said as well, Eclipse is peeking their heads up right now. Can they find something?
Do we not have Portal? Like, we need to get this Gibby in now. For Fun have the chance to win the game from this position, but they cannot afford to be giving up kills to anyone. Well, 3 men do fall down briefly. They get a respawn. They manage to survive. 3 men, For Fun, and Eclipse Pro are all on top of each other. Heaven or Icon close by as well, but these buildings providing near infinite safety, and I say that, and we're throwing it.
3 men also gets pinched right there as well as Zipline Mafia, as we said before, is on that slope actually looking to stick their heads out on the opposite side thing. Eclipse on one side, Zipline Mafia on the other side. Who's gonna get railed in between all of them as now? As we see drills coming in from every side. Orchard comes in, Taiko on 1 HP.
For Fun não conseguiram segurar não. Melhor posição era a deles, mas não conseguiram segurar não. Toma. Eliminated.
3 men have got a hope that they can stay top 5 off of that finish as the Horde come in, already top 5 themselves, might be able to help out just a little bit with 3 men's issues. Zipline Mafia will fall. Unfortunate for them, but the Horde are here to cause some serious problems for their next door neighbors For Fun.
Zipline Mafia drops down on Heaven and Eclipse, I believe, and they get a couple of KP. For Fun
O Kingão deitou um.
by Kings right now. Horde was on top, managed to swing all the way on the east side.
Acho que
They're
caiu
not
várias
gonna
vezes.
sit in a pretty spot in that building. They barely have a corner right there, which I believe Nags, Enetic, and Tyler should be able to see. As right now the Horde is looking to see if they can find any area to play with. They should be getting poked out here. If they can't find anything as the drills down Hordeki.
Infinite still in this as well. They've had a tough day ever since we left E-District, but need some comeback games. Finally, we're getting value out of Mirage in an ALGS game. Kazakh is back up, invisible for now. And they're not spotted? Are they not spotted? What's happening? What are we doing? Eclipse from Portal on them, but don't kill anyone from the Horde?
Why is he trying to kill them? Just swing that! 9-inch survives on the Mirage. Let's see if he can make a play happen. Eclipse is feeling very happy right now with the amount of KP they have found. Kashira gets another one, I believe, and now the For Fun, as we saw earlier, on top of that building, is actually out of the zone before.
Bora, bora! Última partida. Vai ter que dar, hein? Top 4, top 4. Possível que uma partida.
In terms
Esse
of
final de
biggest
semana é
winners,
pra
the
eles.
teams for whom a win would be the biggest turnaround here. We've still got Infinite and Eclipse Pro right underneath For Fun at the moment. For Fun seem like the team in the best position to win the game, although we do know that Tyler took the wrong perk, so who's to say?
We also saw that slope that I thought Eclipse would fight for. Bless took that slope right now. Eclipse is gonna have to make a play. Are we gonna fight for the bridge on the western side, or are we gonna try to go up the pit on the eastern side, pretty much right underneath For Fun? It's a gamble.
Pô, ninguém fica na tela do Eclipse.
With the help of Cinetic, things could work out for them as Cinetic is taking massive space right now.
Bless to do lightly misplay on this hold of a head glitch. For Fun actually playing theirs really well right now, making sure to use it to actually leverage onto Blessed. Cinetic almost gets 2-tapped, but joins his team right back again. For Fun playing small, playing safe, letting the rest of the lobby do its thing as Infinite and Blessed are forced to fight over this small bridge right underneath them, right underneath Infinite rather. Blessed are surely going to go down to the ring. It is a matter of time. They've got no way up now.
What is Eclipse gonna do here? They're stuck underneath their bridge. Are they gonna have to take all... Are they playing for placement points? It's gonna be such a tough...
Ixi, ali morreu. Ali já era. Aquele cantinho ali já era.
They're looking for the TP play right here as Kings is looking for that replay. This is the team.
Vamos lá, Kings. Vamos ver, vamos ver.
They need the points. They need these wins. As a huge TP from Kings comes out, he gets found, however. The TP gets placed, and they're trying to survive for the moment as Kashira and Uxako gets up. Uxako gets knocked down. Will For Fun close this game out, or it stinks? No, wall comes
For Fun derrubou o King. Já foi.
Not even four funds. This is one that Eclipse placed down to survive.
Top 3.
Makes it to top 3 with this. Can he make top 2? Yes, he can. Eclipse Nipro.
Caraca,
top 2 as for fun. We'll finish.
Conseguiram top 2, mano. Você tá louco. Uma vez que nos jogaram com os dois braços quebrados.
Okay, only because they played Catalyst and that wall came out and he managed to survive for top 2. Could have had a little bit more of a KP. I would like to say for sure, if they went early, when For Fun was fighting in that building in between them, they could have had their spot and more KP. But I completely understand that if you had a bad day for the moment, you're a little bit more, you're not really too fast on the trigger. It ended up
Onde é que eles ficaram, né?
so will that be enough to push them up enough?
Onde é que eles ficaram? No finalzinho aí. Top 1 era sonho demais.
Positionally, this is a win for Eclipse Nipro, especially a team that has played zone for so long. I mean, you know Kashera's play style. That is what it's all about. The placement points of the thing are going to mean the most to them and are going to mean the most to the standings. For Fun, though, another
Time BR terminou com 25 pontos.
returning
Você
with
tá
a
louco.
win today. For Fun grabbing the first place with kills as well. Got the excellent position in zone, just as you had called graceful. They found themselves God spot in the middle of a chaotic lobby.
They managed to find that as well. Like they've been sitting right there where the rift actually ends for the longest of times. Managed to work their way into a God spot that was empty. I can't believe that was empty actually. But I think it's because everybody just doesn't want to play it too early. As we saw why, everybody was getting absolutely pinched over and over. The Horde came from the eastern side, Zipline Mafia came from the slope, so I get it. But when you take those risks, like I said, if you don't even try, it's never gonna work out. But if you at least give it a shot, and sometimes it works out, it pays off with a win.
I love it, man. This has been a fantastic showcase of what these teams can do. Obviously, you know, we saw a big second place from Kasheran squad. That was a great portal by Kings. Great utilization of the new perk that's been added to Wraith. I think we're seeing the value of Wraith show up big time here. But when you look at these series results,
Vê onde é que eles conseguiram ficar?
Gladiators were sitting first
14º, subiram 3 posições.
points heading into that final zone. And the win from For Fun and the way that they won pushed them all the way up to first place with 7 points in the lead. What a day for them, a team, Cinetic, Nags, and Tyler, that we had talked so much about Dia and elaborated upon their story. It seems like, for whatever reason, this has just been a moment that they have really taken in their hands and said, we're going to take control of EMEA today. And it certainly has looked great for this squad that has so much potential, finally showing it.
Yeah, it really feels like they're taking advantage of the uncertainty in the region. As you talked about, they're clearly experiencing a bit themselves, not sure what to commit to at the right times, whatever it may be. But with their win today, For Fun at least are the least uncertain of the squads in EMEA. They know what playstyle they're running for. They know what they want, what positions they want to play, what legends they want to do it on, and how that game works ideally for them. And that is something that I think for the rest of the teams is still very much an evolving conversation, especially with this discussion about Axel that we have.
46 pontos total. Acredito que eles têm que ficar dentro dos 20.
A team like Gaming Gladiators, who were first, now dropped to second. This is it. So they're trying to max out as many points as possible. I think they'll still be happy with 73 right now, knowing that they get to play tomorrow as well and pad that score a little bit. But a team like For Fun, they won this A versus B in April 19th when they actually last did it, Grace. So there's something about this lobby that actually really works for them.
And that's the thing, really. That's the beauty of having more teams than just a 20 lobby and then that's it, right? When you have matchup, essentially, groups versus specific groups. One team that might be called the group of death is going to hard struggle against a team that people consider is easy, because the clash of playstyles really affect how certain teams plays, whether that be just macro or just matchup difficulties in terms of like people are just not used to fighting specific comps. If there's a tons of Axles, I promise you teams that are dominating might even struggle because it's just something out of the ordinary. So it's always fun to see this matchup, but For Fun coming out ahead with that, like for me, that's textbook gameplay of how they're playing, from moving from spot to spot, playing in adaptable spots, getting into God spot, essentially holding that God spot, and then playing space. Like we saw Cinetic actually playing up so much and then trying to get more picks, facing out. Like he was playing that really, really well.
O carinha falando aqui, né? Você pega se você rotacionar, pegar um God Spot, lugar mais lugar de mais força, você pode segurar até o final, que você vai garantir o top 3 ali. E punir os caras. Só que tem que ter munição e as armas, né? Pra segurar o reggae.
Even exists. Like, they're just back to what was happening for the rest of the season, and it's like the Wraith updates just came out. Now we're just checking out what the Wraith portal can do with that new perk ability. But in a way, I think it's also showcasing how, as we get later on, no matter what region you're in globally, these picks are going to be available. The only thing that would allow this to be different is, you know, how does, in an Axel lobby that is global where people are playing, how does the Wraith do comparatively to that as a choice? Because so far Synetics looked phenomenal on that, and I feel like he's had some moments where you could see the decision making happening, but they've ended up being the right decisions every single time.
Yeah, I think that there are situations where people are using Wraith where we probably should be using Axel instead.
As duas melhores armas, né? Hemlock 99 continua implacável. É 45 absurda, né? A galera que joga de controle aí amassando de 45.
And honestly, Group A may not have to deal with a whole lot of Axel as a result of that. They may just get to play these last 2 days out on essentially the same patch as they started on. Yeah. And it'll be groups B and C that really deal with the increased comfortability on Axel and maybe have that as a detriment, but also a benefit going to playoffs.
I think it's crazy too to see how successful our Sony in-zone kill leaderboard has been on the side of particularly one player, Prestis, who at this point coming into this season was, I think, 3rd overall in kills across Americas and EMEA, and certainly first place in EMEA. Just been doing so phenomenally to keep the pressure from Virtus Pro. And I go back to that April 19th day, last A versus B when these teams clashed, and it was Prestis who was 2nd place as well there. 4Fun won, and Virtus Pro and Prestis took 2nd place. So not surprised to see 4Fun win again and Prestis to be on top of the leaderboard.
Olha o Caixeira morrendo ali. O VP matou muitos BR, você tá louco.
What's been your experience watching and potentially playing against this guy, and you know how well he's lighting up this leaderboard?
Well, I have played against him both in, I believe, in ranked and as well as in scrims and tournaments, and I feel like when you have that, like, how should I say it in a good way? Back in the day, we used to have like confidence, not necessarily ego, but confidence. I feel like Prestis has found that, which a lot of players have been lacking. Whether that be excuse to, oh my god, there's aim assist, there's rollers, whether that be whatever reason it is, he's found it. And if he can keep this form and shape, he's going to explode on the global stage as well. Now we're in EMEA, but he's going to go even further on the global stage, because now when you found that form that you really want, if you can just harness it properly, wow. I mean, like I said, we saw him 1v3 today. We couldn't catch all the actions. 6 kills on that over there, 6 kills over there, 4 kills over there. Consistency across the board. He's been popping up.
Well, it's interesting because it was all very top heavy, especially when you started out on E-District. He got one really good game, you know, in our second half of it on Olympus, but kind of finished off there. It wasn't really anything beyond that, the last 2 games were duds. But Virtus Pro have been in a great spot. They're 2nd place overall in the league, Dia. They don't have too much to worry about. We highlighted a lot of the teams that needed to make a run. Out of those teams that we were talking about, did anybody do the job today that you thought of? Obviously, 4Fun winning. They didn't really need the win. They were in a great spot, but they'll be happy. Who succeeded in your eyes? Maybe who didn't?
Yeah, I mean, I'll start with who didn't because it's the most recent in my mind. Eclipse Neve Pro did get the 2nd place. I'm really excited for them off that. This was not a good day for them. I struggle. É
isso, galera. A galera aqui tá comentando quem foi o time que cumpriu a missão, né? De lutear, pegar as posições de maior poder e tentar garantir até o final, né? Teve muita third party, mas aproveitaram muito a oportunidade.
The way that they've been playing, like we saw pretty similar EMEA Pro League, Grace, pretty similar results. Some teams, you know, sure, they got closer, but no table turning.
A VP tá com 96 pontos.
We're seeing the same thing that happened before still.
I mean, it's really a tough
94. Ah, o time tá hypadaço.
Right there. Oh, not second page, but the second row is like you're at that point where you have to play above average, and even at that point, you have to pray.
Mais tarde vamos ver os da América, né? Como vai ser. 96, vamos comparar com os da América depois.
a lot of people have had pretty
As
high up on
pontuações, né?
several tier
Teremos
lists, right?
Falcon.
For good reasons, or having those results right now. I think that it's hard. Whether that be, I think it's a little bit a mix of both. You know, it's comfortness into playing in the league, but also meta shifts potentially, and it hasn't even hit yet. I'm really excited for the next region.
I actually think Citadel Gaming, a team we had talked very highly of earlier on in the broadcast today, it's a disappointing result, because now what they're looking at is being 5-6 points behind qualification already, with those two teams, Infinite and Blessed, in their group, in Group A. So not only do they have to play tomorrow, get as many points to be the buffer for Group C and B that will be playing next weekend, they've got to surpass two teams that are already in the group they're playing in tomorrow. So they've got to somehow make sure they get at least 6-7 points ahead of those teams, which means at minimum you're looking at a first place all the way down to maybe that team max being able to play 7th, maybe you know, 6th. I think if they get to well, no, actually 3rd would be enough. If you get a first place, they couldn't get past 3rd, but if you drop into like 3rd place, you don't win. Well, you know, how you make it up 7 points, that team's got to be in the bottom 10. We're talking about Infinite and Blessed. So you're hoping for bad performances and you got to play well. Not a good spot to be for a team that we definitely would have expected to be in regional finals. As we look at our qualified teams for our playoffs, currently we've got our defending champion VK Gaming, who will be there. VK.
Então só 9 times.
Their big statement, Dia, at EWC
9 times na EMEA, 13 times na Norte América.
Obviously, APAC South looking to defend their title. It started what was a run of seeing EMEA and APAC South and different regions, you know, jump into the title race.
Os BR estão em 12º,
Really limited
14º, quer
spots
dizer.
as well, which makes it quite scary. I think sure you would have seen at the bottom of that graphic, Americas has eaten up a lot of the spots that we've got to qualify. So that alone is going to turn a lot of team stomachs.
Well, one of the great things that we get to do after a day like this, where there's so many unknowns and a lot of questions we have, and we're excited to see the tension that's, you know, we talk about, but isn't necessarily felt by us, is to turn our attention to the players who are actually going through it. And we have Cinetic joining us here today. Cinetic, congratulations on an amazing win, man. And
Aí agora eles vão entrevistar os caras aí. E é isso, galera. Obrigado a todo mundo que colou aí na live. Participou aí da nossa live desde o comecinho aí. Muito obrigado. Fiquem bem, aproveitem o finalzinho de noite. 19 horas tem continuação de campeonato. Tamo junto. Valeu. E até a próxima, galera. Valeu.